Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick, and it is time for some Splinterlands. But first, coffee. And why do I not have a light on? There we go. Much better, much better. We lost Jim tonight, but we still have a special guest joining us to review the town hall today. Please welcome the one and only Damore. How you doing? How you doing?
Thanks for having me, Rick, and always great. Nice to be on the show.
All right, let me go ahead and get this going here.
Today's episode of the show is brought to you by...
Nope, not that one. You'd think I would have had this already loaded up and ready to rock.
Sometimes we're ready, sometimes we talk too much before the show starts, and then our preparation falls to the wayside. These things happen. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh, we had a pretty good town hall today, I feel. It was definitely shook things up a little bit. Kind of interesting, and surely some repercussions coming from it. Y'all might have noticed the shakeup in the markets. That's what Damore and I were just talking about before we got started.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, look, and I mean, certainly that's not the least of the news. I mean, that is certainly one of the effects. There's also, of course, one of the things I'm very excited about is the proposals, right? The fact that the community can now get proposals in. Sure, there's a little bit of a process beforehand to get a proposal going, but, you know, and I think that proposal is a good... It is good because it filters out the garbage, right?
Yeah.
Because the garbage is never going to get to paid status, right?
There will still be trash that does get paid for, because 100,000 DEC is enough to put it out of reach of, like, I'm never going to be able to, like, just put something up, like, on my own. I'm not going to pay $100 for that, or even $60 with it, you know, being where it is right now. But
a whale might still put up, say, all right, I want the DAO to pay all of the SPS to me, to my Hive account, and he'll put up the 100,000 DEC because he's willing to. So the proposal can still go through. But I would like to think that our community has more brain cells than that.
Exactly. There will still be, and I mean, even aside from that, like, just the fact that, you know, there's...
I'm using a very extreme example. I get it, but, you know, that's...
Yeah, but I mean, even when proposals were coming from the team, there was still some trash that got proposed, is what I'm saying. Like, there's, no matter how high that price tag is, there's still going to be some trash that gets proposed, just because, I mean, that's always how it goes. Some things are good, some things are not. And yeah, it's only 100k DEC, but at the same time, like, that's 100k DEC. It's not nothing, but it's also, so that does put it, you know, I'm not going to just, you know, front run a bill myself. You know, I'll come up with ideas. I'll, you know, put my opinions out there and whatnot. And, you know, I would, you know, possibly, you know, kind of, you know, work with some people to put something together to put a bill. But I'm not going to, like, just put something out there and pay the 100k DEC for it myself. But there are people that would. And even aside from that, like, if it was free, or if it was, you know, 100 million DEC, either way, there's still going to be some trash that ends up getting voted on, and that's why it goes to a vote, and not just, you know, 100k DEC makes it happen, because there's still going to be, you know, that aspect of, well, somebody might think that this is a good idea, but the rest of us agree that no, the hell it's not, and that's, you know, where it comes in.
Yeah. Um, Look, I mean, our community still needs to be tested in that way. I think, honestly, I think there has been some proposals that were really stupid that's been voted yes on. The prime example of that for me is the burning of the Chaos Legion packs, right? And I know our community's split on this, right? There are some that say the burning is a good thing. There's too many cards. I say I don't think there is too many cards. We've got too few cards already. People are not taking all of the current things that are planned for our game into account. Um, but anyway, I guess I'm in the minority.
No, I'm with you on that one. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Um,
I did vote for it because, I mean, scarcity does help. And I feel like it's not that there are too many cards, but the number that was made was too high. So I feel like, it's kind of an in-between thing. So I see where you're coming from. I don't disagree with you at all. I did vote for it because that also, in a self-serving sense, that helps, the value of my cards go up. But also,
sure.
like, it is, we do kind of need to have that scarcity in the game. So I do understand it, but at the same time, I feel like, yeah, a lot of the people who are saying, oh, there's just way too many cards, you really don't understand what's going on. There's way too many cards because there are way too many cards that are not combined and leveled up. That is,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. There's, I mean, and for me, and perhaps I'm totally wrong on this, right? But perhaps there are members of our community that don't ever see themselves reaching champion level of play. But for me, my goal is to reach champion level of play. And in order to reach champion level of play, I need to have max level copies of cards,
Yep.
right? So my logic is, I think everybody else should aspire to also reach champion level play. And that means they also need to have max level copies, or at the very least, rent max level copies. Both ways is contributing to our economy, right?
Yes.
Um,
Because either way, there's still, it's a max level copy, and I'm honest. I like we've had this conversation about champ level before and whatnot, and obviously not everyone can make champion. That's just it's not possible. But even
sure.
still, like if you're playing in gold, then you need a gold level deck. If you're playing in diamond, then you need like
The issue,
yeah, you need to be leveling up your cards and all of these level ones. And a big part of the issue is that, like, with the current system, it's so much more profitable to leave everything at single BCX until and unless you actually need that level for something, and then you can just combine it all at once. Like, that is
yeah.
the way that things are incentivized.
There is no incentivization to actually level. That is for me the issue, the biggest issue. Because and I've heard this from numerous sources now, right? So not only you, but I'm kind of sidelining here or sidetracking here a little bit, by or segueing into there is people out there that are playing at gold level with bronze decks. There are people that are playing at diamond level with silver decks. And how they're doing it, I don't really know exactly, because
Yeah, I
I
don't get
am
it.
not I am not I am not able to climb to those levels with a silver deck. Um,
I mean, I would get to the point where I was pushing on Diamond 3 with a deck that was not quite maxed for silver. But
okay, okay. So you've also done it. You
well,
see,
yeah, I mean,
I've never gotten that close. I mean, I with my gold level deck, right? I most of the time struggle to get into diamond, and I get there towards the end of the season. This season, for the first time, I managed to reach diamond 2, and I feel like it was because I finally achieved a Thaddeus max level summoner. unlocking my monsters, which has been maxed. Oops, a bit of echo coming through there.
Yeah, that was my fault. I just I loaded up the stream on my other YouTube account to count the views there and forgot to mute it first. So
Okay, no stress. And also my obsidian, right? So I finally got a Thaddeus and obsidian at max level, and now I'm able to get into Diamond 2 for the first time.
well, congrats on that.
Yeah, it was nice. It was a nice feeling. But other people are experiencing different things. So perhaps I'm a bad player, I guess, that I'm not able to climb higher. Perhaps I should be in champion already with my gold level deck, you know.
Now, champion, I feel is different. Like it's kind of easy enough to push up through some of the leagues. But yeah, no, like once you get up into champion, then you are talking about, you know, cream of the crop, even high diamond. Like these are the really, really strong players. And that's where you, like every level of every card actually counts. Whereas like, I mean, like literally a lot of monsters have 1 or 2 levels somewhere in silver or gold where they literally get nothing. Like, Hardy Stonefish level 3 has, you know, 1 HP, 1 armor, and 2 speed, and 1 attack, and level 4 has 1 HP, 1 armor, 2 speed, and 1 attack. Like, it's the exact same thing. You literally got fucking nothing for leveling that card up, so why the fuck would you?
Sure. But then also at the same time, you know, you look at a level 9 or a level 8, and then it's, you know, quite a big difference, right?
Exactly. Now, I'm talking about specific, like, 1 level jumps where you get absolutely nothing, and then you have 1 level jumps where you get something, but it's not particularly relevant. Now, there is no card that you look at over 3 or 4 levels, and it's not a significant difference. But there are definitely single levels that don't matter.
There are definitely levels, but you know, I skip levels most of the time, right? I do them in like leagues and jumps, right? So I'll do a bronze level, and then I'll do a silver level, and then I'll do a gold level, and then I'll do a diamond level, right? Which
yeah, that seems to be the best way to do things, and you tend to avoid having dead levels that way as well.
Exactly. I jump in leaps and bounds, right? Because you jump. You gain more abilities when you move up in leagues, and also more stats, right? Most of the time. Sometimes there is a stat drop as well, I've noticed. If there's like, for example, like a really cool ability that gets added, they sometimes drop a stat to balance it out a little bit.
Or sometimes you lose an HP because you gained an attack. I notice it tends to be HP is the only thing you lose, and it's either because you gained attack or because you gained an ability.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, either way, like it just feels bad to lose an HP by gaining a level, no matter what the circumstances, no matter what else you gained.
It does, but on the very next level, usually you gain back that HP, and sometimes you gain even more. Right?
Yeah.
But you know, again, we're talking about leveling the cards, and I feel that the community's not doing that, right? Although maybe they are now. Maybe they're finally getting it. Maybe not. Maybe they haven't gotten it yet. I don't.
I mean, I feel like overall there's still a lot of cards that are not being leveled, and I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I've got a lot of single BCX stuff lying around that I could make a level 2. But you know, why bother? Especially if I've already got a max level copy of it. And I mean, it's still better off to have it's better to rent 5 single BCX cards than it is to rent a level 2 card. So
in some cases, yes. In almost all cases, yes. I hear you. Sometimes there are higher positions though that are more profitable. A website that demonstrates it very well is Splex. I don't know if you use Splex GG. But
Ish. I used Splex for the rental golem for a while now. I pretty much just use it to fast sweep the DEC from my rental account to my primary
so
account because I
let me
switched over to
let
Creep
me
Monsters.
let me show you something, right? So go into your collection, go into Splex GG, and then you go into your collection where you see all of the separate cards, right? All of your 1-level BCX cards. And then pick any of those cards, whichever one. The one's right at the top is fine. Just take any of those cards, and then you'll see that there's the third column. There's like a little blue magnifying glass that says stats.
Yep.
Click on that.
And yeah, the yearly ROA is literally more than double for a single BCX than it is for any other level.
Okay, and in some cases, some cards, the gold one is the 1 BCX, right? So that means that is the best place to rent right now. Okay, but in other cards, and you have to look at all of your cards and see where that's the case, right?
Yeah.
There are cases where that's flipped, right? Where, for example, the 46, the max level copy turns gold, right? And it becomes the most profitable one. Or a 20 BCX, turns gold and it becomes the most profitable one. And then the 1 BCX one is bronze, for example.
Yeah, it's actually, and I knew that those breakpoints existed and were important, but I did not know about this tool to look at them. So that is actually pretty handy. I didn't know that it was that easily accessible to figure that out.
It is very, very accessible here in Splex GG. I don't know about other tools that have this information available, but here it is fairly easy to get access to by card, right? And they break it down by card. You can literally look at each card and see, so Adelaide, for example, Adelaide Brightwing, right? Here's the prime example. So at max BCX, she turns gold. She gets a 23% ROA, where the 1 BCX is not even on the list, right? It doesn't even make the top 3. The 6 BCX gets a silver, and the 3 BCX gets a bronze. And the 1 BCX gets nothing. It's an 8.8% ROA.
It's funny because when you said Adelaide, I had looked at her earlier, but I looked at my gold one, and for the gold one, it's the level 3.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Oh wow. Arachnid Thug level 3. Holy crap. And see, that doesn't even make any sense to me. Why would level 3 be the hotspot there? Because she sucks until level 5. Like, Arachnid Thug really takes off at max silver when she gains trample. But 137% for level 3.
Well, that sounds pretty good too. And understand, right, that these things may change as opinions change, right? So as perhaps more people level up the Thug and they realize that the level 5 is better, then the level 3s dry up, right? And then people stop renting them.
Yeah.
So you do need to keep an eye on that. These things do change.
And I think that's also part of the argument is that, once you combine them, you can't uncombine them. So you can't go back to that single BCX.
That is true. That part is true.
But speaking of cards and rentals and whatnot, you can take back your Archimist. Thank you for letting me use him. But I own a level 4 now, and I also have a max level delegated from Holozor. So
very awesome. That is great news. Okay, I will do so. That allows me to
just max out your gold foil bear. Nice, Ape. Way to go on that.
App's got a max gold foil. Wow. I didn't manage to. I didn't receive a gold foil. I only got. I got a level 7. So not quite all the way there.
I didn't even get a single one from the game. My all of my bears have come from the community or from the marketplace.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I suppose I could purchase to get me all the way. I need to get to what? You need 46, right? No, 38. 38. Yeah, that's. And I've got 14 plus 3. So that's 17. So how much do I need still? 38?
21.
Okay, I need 21 more. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit.
Yeah.
And they're going for $4.20. Is that right?
I have no idea.
So 21 times 420, I think is the minimum at the moment. So that's $71. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely more than I could comfortably throw.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot for anybody, I think. Well, unless you're a whale, I suppose. There are some whales out there. Or perhaps $71 is nothing.
For some,
for me, that
yeah.
for me that's quite a bit. That's quite a large sum of.
Oh wow. Damn, that's significant.
What is?
Ape just shared a tweet, and over the last couple of months, he's bought a bunch of Jareds and Kinjos, spent $1,420.28 worth, and now over $4,300.
Wow. Okay, so the price is pumped on those, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well that's great. That's great. I think
It's not great because I don't have a max level yet.
I don't either. I don't either, and perhaps I miss out on those this time round. I may regret that. At some stage. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's
unless-
definitely good for the game, but yeah, overall. Plus he's been renting them out, so you know the income off of them as well.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I do have some Jared scars. Let me just go owned here and then go rewards and then legendaries. I've got 3. I own 3. But yeah, it's only 3. I don't know.
Yeah, I got level 2s on them. On Jared Scar, Sinash, and well, most of the legendary rewards. I'm either level 2 on or I'm level 4. Like I got Bilkia and Oceanus and Harklaw. I've got maxed.
Okay. Yeah,
I know you did. And now I really wish that I had picked it up or had been the one to win it because I was in your stream for that whole stream, and I didn't win nothing, as is typical.
Look, warnings have been given that these cards are gonna eventually stop printing, and when they do, we've been saying this for a while, right? So don't be surprised.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I'm talking about Ape. No, neither of us have a Max Jared Scar Ape. No, Ape was commenting in the chat that on his birthday he gave away a Max Jared Scar, and I was like, yeah, I know, I watched that. I was
You were hoping to get it. You were hoping
amazed
to be the winner. Yeah, I would have liked to win that as well. That's a nice one, for sure.
But yeah, it's I mean he's definitely a beast of a card. I'm glad that I got a couple of copies of him like as soon as he came out. I think I pulled one from the wait, no, he's not an airdrop card. Duh.
You got one from a chest, perhaps?
No, I don't think so. I think I just when he came out, I just bought a copy, and then I hated him for a little while because
Hmm.
he just was at level 1. He's kind of terrible, but
He sucks.
once he gets
Yeah.
that true strike, then he's really really incredible, and
Mm.
yeah, I think that once I realized that he got true strike level 2, that was when I was like, okay, no, I need to pick up a couple more copies, and then went from there.
Okay. Yeah, look, I mean, the reason I don't have him is because I don't have a live team, right? I haven't invested in any live card yet because I haven't got a live summoner that I'm able to play at my level, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
I definitely need to. That's one of the things I need to focus on is rebuilding my wraith, because unfortunately, when I sold everything, that's one of the things that really went quick, and so I
yeah.
have no wraith, and also my Sloan. Like out of all of the summoners that I listed, those are the only ones that actually sold. So I currently
Mhm.
have no life summoner. But I can still play him under Lux, or if I rent a kitty or whatever. So
Yeah.
claim the THC. Where'd you go? There you are.
The main tentpole for tomorrow is we're switching the buy DEC and buy SPS pages over to tech monetization versions.
Oh, thank you,
So
Ape. Ape just sent both of us
probably not see much of a
Jared,
difference.
What?
But
and he sent
What?
you. Well, he delegated.
if
He
you're
sent
on
us
Amazon,
both
Oh,
Max
thank you.
Max
over to
Jared's,
Thank
and
you.
he sent you
other than
Max
that, as I
Kinjo.
said, a lot of the work tomorrow is going to be around
Thank you. Wow, I
server
see it. I
and
see it.
database maintenance. We're
Yeah,
going to try to
that's
make some changes
that's great. That
to
helps. That helps a lot.
alleviate the rental issues we've been
Uh,
seeing for the past week.
Kinjo is great.
Kind of scaled back.
I've been using my one level
database server a little bit.
my one VCX Kinjo. Jared Scar, there he is as well. Wow. Thank you very much. It's very kind of buy to rent. Ooh.
Yeah, Ape is definitely an awesome dude.
He is, and he does the flipping in the card market so well, right? He really is very good with that. I've got to give it to him. I wish I had talents like that to do the flips and buys.
Right. I'm trying to pay more attention and get better at that, but without having much to start with, it's a slow process. You have a great night, Ape. Thank you again.
I've got some funds to start with. I don't know. I think I'm just too slow or stupid to be able to do it. Also, at the same time, I've never really tried, I suppose. Anyway.
Yeah, I refuse to believe that you are too stupid. Like I'm sure the time, that aspect. Yeah, I can see that. It takes a lot to go through things, and I mean it doesn't take a lot to spot a great deal, but it takes a lot to consistently find those great deals and to be able to immediately recognize more great deals, because they're always out there.
Yeah,
But
sure.
sometimes they're obvious, a lot of times they're really not, and a lot of times they're only super obvious in comparison to other things. So if you don't know the right way to look at things, then you're not going to spot them, and
Sure.
that's really where a lot of it comes in.
You have to have real understanding of many different things. It is hard work. It is hard work, I suppose. As most things that get you money and success, it takes hard work. I get it.
Yeah. Just going through collecting my faucets right now. I am very excited to be playing again. So,
Okay.
last season
That's
just sucked. I took the entire season off, and it was terrible.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear the excitement. I'm hearing there's some excitement in the community. There's also some negative sentiment. Some people saying they're doing less in game.
Of course, there's always
Um,
going to be negative sentiment.
I just hope we can swing more to the positive stuff, right? I do think there are some good things happening.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Abe says, if you have some money, I'd probably start hoarding Chaos Legion packs. Note, not financial advice, and it's hard not to open. Around 21 days till next airdrop. Yeah, I can't hold on to packs. I've tried. They just get opened.
Okay. Well, I'm currently holding. I don't have potions. I've already spent my end of season potion hoard. Slowly but surely, gaining. I've already, like I said, my obsidian is maxed. My Thaddeus is maxed. My Kelia is approaching. It's 7 already, but it's approaching. It's reaching the higher levels, right? Of,
Nice.
Almost 8. So that'll be my 3rd max then. So we're getting there slowly but surely. I haven't been lucky with any more legendary summoners, sadly. I was hoping for more of those, but I haven't seen them yet.
Man, how often do you see that? I just claimed my staking rewards in GLX, so now my in-game total is 9.999.
9.999. Okay, nice. What have you been doing with your GLX? So I'm assuming you're still selling, but what are you selling it for? What are you converting it to?
I've actually I've been staking half and selling half into SPS or DEC and whatnot. Okay. For the last little bit, I stopped pulling any out, and I just focused on restaking as much as possible to get up to 300. And then for the yesterday, I went ahead and pulled it all. Today, I'm pulling it, and then I'll probably go back to hard staking for a while to get up to 400 or whatnot. Just because it's kind of annoying to split 50-50 every day. So I'm just kind of going all the way one way or the other at any given time, and then just kind of going back and forth between them. So it's still roughly 50-50, but
okay, just doing it a different way. That's fine. Yeah, I'm also selling, and I'm selling for DC at the moment, and it's a nice little steady drip, right? It's very nice. I'm enjoying it. That, along with the rental income, which is now creeping towards 1,000 DEC per day, it's very nice. It's very, very nice.
Yeah, again, it's I don't hang on to DEC though. Like, I get it, and then I'm buying cards, and I'm buying.
You're spending it immediately. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't really. The only kind of coin that I'm really holding on to is SPS. That's mostly because it's it's staking, so it's easy. And then I've got some that's in the liquidity pools and whatnot. I've got some SPS. All my vouchers go into the liquidity pool versus Swap Hive. I got some SPS versus Swap Hive, and I got some DEC versus Swap Hive. All in the liquidity pools, and then I've got a bunch of other non-Splinterlands stuff that's just random crap that Hive kind of gives me for free that I've been staking as well.
Okay, nice.
But I'm a fan of liquidity pools. Sure.
Many people are. I'm still not sure how I feel about them or entirely what their impact is, but I do certainly like the decentralization aspect of it. Anyway, complex topic.
Well, I mean, if you've got a bag of DEC that you're sitting on, I would definitely consider putting it in and to allow it to earn for you. Even if it's not going to be earning DEC, it'll earn SPS. If you stake it versus SPS. And then even if DEC does go up versus SPS, and so you end up, kind of with having some impermanent loss on your DEC side of things, at least you're gaining SPS in that moment. So, and then, if SPS rockets and you end up losing SPS into your DEC, it's at least DEC that you're getting out of it. Like, either way that it goes, you're getting that other token. So it's not like it's something that you're actually losing out on. You're still getting something valuable on the other end, even as things are going. And then the way that they just kind of go back and forth, and either rise in tandem or fall in tandem, but kind of, they're not in lockstep with each other. It'll be, one leading and one following, and that right there actually allows you to make a decent amount off of that volatility, while at the same time just kind of riding the wave and making sure that your profits are both in both of those coins in terms of the liquidity pool itself, and then you're also getting the passive SPS that you're receiving in the game that's not even part of the liquidity pool. It's just a reward for having your tokens in the liquidity pool.
Okay, interesting. Many layers to it, obviously, that I'm really aware of because I've never really done it. But yeah, it's worth looking into, certainly.
And I've started actually getting more into the liquidity pools on Wax as well. I'm not as deep, but I got a couple of tokens that I'm collecting every day that I'm just going ahead and or from some of my staked stuff. And so I'm just going ahead and putting that into the liquidity pools as well, and just building and building and building until, the beginning of every month, when I tend to have to sell everything in order to pay rent. But the fact that I have been able to do that the last couple of months has also been, very helpful and stressful, but still better than, like, I had an offer the other day. I went and went to a restaurant, was going to start there, and, sat down to start filling out paperwork, and, asked, so what are you going to be starting me at? They were like 11, and I was like, that's not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to, work my ass off for 50 hours a week to continue to slide further into debt. Like, no. No, if you're not going to pay me enough to pay my bills, then I'm not going to take that job.
Understood. That's a minimum.
But man, I ended up I hit 40 hours on Splinterlands TV last month.
Wow, that's decent.
that was pretty nuts. And I'm on track to get that way this month as well. Like, I've already covered 6 shifts so far this month.
Okay, nice. That means you're getting quite a fair bit. I would need about double that to cover a full salary. But yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously not like, it's not covering a full salary for me, but it is helping me to stay afloat in the meanwhile, while growing towards that and like pursuing a better job. Like, I'm not refusing to work or anything like that. I'm not working in a restaurant for minimum wage anymore. So I'm in the process of interviewing with a radio station and whatnot for an accounts executive position. That is looking really good. It's just, a long interview process and whatnot. And I mean, I do have some competition on that. I'm not saying it's, in the bag or anything like that, but it's actually a good job that'll help me move forward in life and whatnot. And that's, what I'm looking for. I'm not just taking, busy work anymore. Like, I'm done with that. I need something that'll build, something that's fulfilling.
Good. That is good.
So what did you think about the new art? Did you actually get a chance to watch through the town hall and
I
whatnot?
know. I know there was a hint of it at the end. I haven't finished watching it all yet. I'm still in the process of watching the town hall. So, yeah, I haven't completed it. I'm only about 45 minutes in already.
Oh, okay, fair
So,
enough.
I'm still on the early part of it actually. But feel free to talk and share if you have.
Oh, they
Um,
are badass. I've actually listened through it twice.
okay.
Because when it's early in the day like that, then I have the chance to, even though I wasn't able to catch it live, I watched it basically right as it was wrapping up is when I started it. And
Okay.
then I was able to listen through it again throughout the day as I got stuff done around the house and whatnot. So when it's early enough, that's what I like to do because I tend to try and do a town hall kind of review and reaction on Monday nights. And I'm always trying to have somebody else on with me, so it is a regular thing. And if you want to join on the regular things, you're more than welcome at any time. But yeah, it's I like it a little bit earlier when they're earlier. I like it a little bit better when they're earlier in the day like that. There have been a couple of times where it's like at 9 o'clock p.m. and then it's like, ooh, well, I can listen to it once, but that's in the middle of the busy part of the day because I'm picking up my lady and whatnot, so it's might not even be able to pay full attention to it, and then I don't have any chance to do the repeat listen and whatnot. So that's not quite as good. I like the earlier ones a little better. But yeah, 10 a.m. was a little bit too early for me. And I wish I had caught this one live because, as I was listening to them talking about, and Aggie was confirming that, yeah, as soon as the the new Soulbound rewards cards drop, we are ending the print run on all other reward cards. Like, I knew that we were about to be running out of the first run of rewards cards, and so I'd already kind of been preparing for that. I was not prepared for the run of the latest rewards cards to be ending. So that one kind of caught me off guard, and like immediately I was like, okay, well, I know the ones that are going to be hardest hit are the legendaries. So that's why I went to the legendaries first, also because that makes the biggest impact on the deck. So that's why I picked up, a couple of copies of each to make sure that I had them at least at level 2. And then I can continue to build from there. But at level 2, if you're in, bronze or whatnot and you can't play them, because I also, since I'd taken the last season off, and since the deck that Halazor sent me has a bunch of alpha and beta stuff in it, like I switched back over to wild, which means I'm fighting my way back up out of novice and bronze again.
Mhm.
So like it
And
doesn't
how's that
hurt so bad.
experience? How's that
Oh,
experience this time around?
oh
Still terrible.
my god, novice was the worst. Like bronze is all right, but
Yeah.
novice, I think out of 12 games, I lost. Yeah, no, I think 12 out of 12 games, I lost 11, and then I rented Kitty.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. 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 That bad. Wow. That's really
And,
bad.
and no, here's the really fucking frustrating thing: is I'm up into bronze 2 now, and I still have not had a rule set.
Okay. Okay.
Every single game has been standard, even though I'm in fucking. Oh no, I'm borderline bronze 2. I'm at 375, but I have not had a rule set yet. It's like, what the fuck? I know that they don't exist in novice, but why do I not have rules in bronze? It's
Yeah, that is a bit strange. I haven't played there in a while, so I don't really remember that. But yeah, that's definitely the case. Sure. All right.
and like even when I am, oh, okay, there's one. I was like, and I haven't actually seen any SPS coming, even when I have significant pluses on my rewards. But no, the last 2 that I won, I got .001 and .002. So at least there's something.
Something starting to, the drip is starting.
Yeah.
Which is good. That's in bronze 2, right?
3. I haven't quite made it to 2 yet. I'm 1 win away, or 2 wins away, because I just lost my last battle.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm pretty much right on the borderline. I actually had one good one here. I busted out a Billy. He sent me a Hydra. I'm so stoked. This is the first time I ever played Hydra, and I got a win with it that I honestly was kind of like looking at it. I was a little worried about it, but I was pretty happy with the way this one turned out. So when you're playing, do you have any sound effects on or anything, or?
I think the start of battle, but that's it. When you click the battle button and it's looking for a battle, that thing that pops up and the boom sound, the gong sound, that sound is there, but everything else is turned off.
Okay.
That's literally the only sound.
I don't have any sounds whatsoever. And that's why, like, when Nate's all talking about, like, all the sound effects and whatnot, I'm like, that's cool, but do I care? Like, no. I play every game on mute. Like, every game on mute. Because I'm always listening to something else, whether it be YouTube, whether it be music or whatnot. Like, and I learned that, back in the day, like, racing games and whatnot, like, they've got a really cool soundtrack for the first hour or two, and then it's all the same shit over and over and over again, and I'm like, I've got my computer right here, and I have a playlist that I can put on repeat, and it will play for a year and a half before it repeats a song. Exactly. So why the fuck do I want to listen to the same shit for fucking hour? And so yeah, I started playing everything on mute, and it's just like when I was in Iraq and all the movies that you'd get over there would have subtitles, and they would be really bad subtitles. And so I would actually start reading the subtitles more than paying attention to the movie because it was absolutely fucking hilarious. But it's like now I watch everything with subtitles because, I especially hate like when the dramatic pauses in movies, when everything goes super quiet. And just 10 seconds ago, there was a goddamn nuclear warhead going off. So you're either getting deafened or you can't hear what the fuck they're saying. And you know what? I would rather not go deaf. I've already got enough hearing loss from Tech 9 concerts. So I'd rather just have subtitles on. So when they start fucking whispering, I don't have to stop it and rewind. I can just know what the fuck is going on.
Already know. I agree. I like subtitles. I think they're great. What else is there to say?
I mean, lots, but nothing important really. So I'm kind of I am very excited about the animated cards and whatnot and all the cosmetics and whatnot. And I had a long conversation with Daru about this on Splinterlands TV this morning. He was saying that, the cosmetics are the most important thing to do first. And I was, heavily pushing back on that. I was like, no. And I understand where he's coming from because basically he's saying, well, it's the fastest thing that can get done. And then it can, provide significant DEC syncs and whatnot. And it's like, I understand that it would be quicker, but in the long run, it's not going to make the difference that we need. It's not going to burn enough DEC to get us to the point where, we can even think about engaging the flywheel because it's going to be one-time expenditures. Like, you introduce 100 new cosmetics and say you have, 10,000 players that want to buy every single one of those cosmetics. Okay, that's 10,000 and say they cost 1,000 a piece. All right, that's 10,000 times 1,000 times 100. That's still only 100 million DEC. And
Yeah.
that probably took like 5 or 6 months worth of work to produce all of those cosmetics. And so it's an insignificant burn, and we're still not where we need to be, and we haven't done anything to actually fix the problem. It's just a one-time burn. Whereas if you put that towards land, granted, that same 6 months was not necessarily going to get land out, but it would get that much time put towards it, would make a significant dent in it. And then once land comes out, that is the protracted, consistent, constant source of burning that we do need to actually get us there. So, you know, the cosmetics might make a bigger impact quickly, but in the long run, they're not going to do anything. And then, you know, I brought up the point, and we actually went to and looked at, the old skins are still not sold out.
Yeah, sure. Because they're not that great, honestly. They're pretty, as skins go.
They're not that great, and they're for cards that a lot of people don't have anymore. Like, those are both valid arguments, but also the cards that people don't have, that was not a valid argument when they came out. When they came out, there was no Untamed or Chaos Legion. So when they came out, they were for the cards that currently existed. And they're not that great. Yeah, understandable. But here's the thing. This is a play-to-earn game. It's not a play to look pretty. Like, in a lot of games, cosmetics are the only thing that you have to differentiate yourself from other players. And therefore, cosmetics are huge. Like, League of Legends, skins are everything. Because that's all you have. You don't have, you know, it's what champions do you own, and then what skins do you have for those champions. But it's like you're limited to the number of champions that you can effectively play. And therefore, you know, you really don't need to just keep buying more and more champions. Especially, you know, you find the role that you're best at, then you might have, you know, 12 different champions that are that role. And you might, you know, do another 12 beside that so that you can branch out and not be super predictable. But you don't need to buy 100 to 150 champions to effectively play League of Legends at the highest level. The fucking best players in the goddamn game don't need more than a handful of champions. So yeah, skins are a natural progression. In Splinterlands, however, you have to keep buying cards in order to improve your deck, to be able to continue to move up the ranks and compete at that higher level. We don't fucking need skins for people that are still building their decks.
Yeah, exactly.
And like he was saying that, you know, skins are going to bring in new players. No, skins are the last thing that's going to bring in new players. Because, I mean, if you're not here for the game already, then why are you going to care how much prettier the game looks? Land is actually an addition to gameplay. It is something that gamers are going to pay more attention to. So, in terms of bringing in new blood and I'm not saying that land is going to drive adoption, but it's going to drive more attention than skins. Like,
well, I mean, I can tell you one thing. If we get land really going and functioning and doing stuff, I think we'll be one of the first games out there with land promises to have stuff happening on the land. And sure, there are other games out there who have stuff happening, I guess, but they're nowhere near as successful as Splinterlands is.
Yeah, I get you. That is another one of the things I'm excited for. But that was also another part of the thing I was saying is, you know, one of the things that is going to drive new adoption. What's good, Techie? Is seeing a team that's delivering on their promises. You know, land being 2 years late is definitely not a selling point for someone who is, you know, looking at the game for the first time.
Yeah, sure. And some would say 2 years late. Some would say it's taken 2 years to develop all of the things necessary in order to get it here. Right?
Um,
So
well,
um,
yes and no. I could happy medium and say it's a year late, but the reason it's taking 2 years to develop is because they didn't start for a year.
yeah, sure, exactly. They were distracted with other stuff, and one could argue that it's other stuff outside of our game, and that kind of did piss me off at some stage or other. But I think they've refocused. And I'm okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not obviously still here, still playing, still love the game, still am happy with the team overall and the direction they're taking us. But I'm not a fanboy, and I'm not going to, not call something out when it's blatantly askew, like DECB.
Sure.
There are definitely still things that can and should be improved and whatnot. And I feel like as community members who care, it's our job to call that shit out and to say what we have to, like when things are not correct. Like it's like my old argument when I was working in kitchens. Like if you are working in a kitchen for any significant amount of time and you don't blow up at somebody once in a while, that means you don't care about your job. You don't care about my kitchen, and get the fuck out of my kitchen because I don't want you here. Like if it's a high stress, high volume environment, and you are going to get pissed off at somebody sometimes, and if you're not, then it's because you don't care. And if that's the case, then it's the wrong line of work for you. Like I'm very much, I'm a passionate person. I have strong opinions, and I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. I welcome dissent, and I look forward to, having those good in-depth conversations with somebody that disagrees with me. I don't know if you saw the videos of me debating DECB with Dwayne. We had some great conversations and whatnot, and like there was no backing down on either of our sides. He was willing and anxious to hear what I had to say, and the same for me from him. But we both walked away from that conversation. He still voted for it. I still voted against it, and we still respect each other and talk to each other. Like I love that kind of disagreement and conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Like
I'm okay.
That's good.
I'm okay to have a different perspective with somebody else and still respect. So that's fine. That's fine.
And I know that about you, and that's why I voted for you for the straw poll thing. By the way, y'all, if you haven't done it yet, please check out the straw poll. There is a link in the official Splinterlands Discord. Actually, I can go ahead and get that link for you now. Yeah, Demora and I would both love your vote.
Sweet. Thanks for getting that there. I wasn't even aware that I'm on that list.
Oh, there's not a list. It's a straw poll, Jibrail, not a straw poll. Basically, Splinterlands is looking to have a couple of kind of community liaisons to deal with this proposal thing and whatnot. And where is it? Official announcements. Here we go. So they're doing a couple of rounds of voting, basically, to where you can put your favorite community members' names down. It's pretty much seems like it's going to be more or less a popularity contest.
Which these things usually end up being.
Which,
I don't usually fall into that category of being part of the popular kids, so I'm not usually one of those.
Use the second link, not the first one, because you didn't already responded. But yeah, basically you get to put in, get to vote for 5 people, and then the top 10 or something like that. People that get those votes will then go into another round of voting and whatnot. And they want to have, I think, between 3 and 5 people that kind of, when proposals from the community start getting put up on the Hive blog, they want to have a few of people who are official like having an acknowledged relationship with the company, that are kind of acting as go-betweens, and kind of getting community sentiment on how that feels, and are also, people that the community can look toward to see, how they feel about it. And so that is basically, kind of the role that I've been filling, at least the part of it, in reacting to all of these things and whatnot. I don't know any of the specifics as far as how it's going to work. I don't know if it's any kind of paid thing or not, or what. Like, I don't care. I just, I care about the game, and I want to see what's best for the game happen, and I want to be part of that. So that's why I put my name on the list, and I know that Damore feels the same way. The other people I voted for, I was going to vote for Jim, but he doesn't want the job. So it is Aftersound and Dwayne and Holazor are the other three that I voted for.
Okay, nice. Awesome. Well, thanks for the vote. I appreciate your confidence.
Of course. But yeah, like I said, we've had some of those good conversations before, where we've agreed and also where we've disagreed, and still respect each other, and continue on, and I still count you as a friend. So that's kind of exactly what I'm looking for in someone that I'm gonna put up for that, because you got to be able to look at all sides of the issues. And I mean, I know that especially when I take a first glance, I don't necessarily see all of the aspects of things. That I can't even begin to tell you how many times, like, one of the proposals come out and I'm just immediately against it, and then I talk to Jim for a while, and all of a sudden, like, I've got a new perspective on things, and I end up voting for it. Like I said, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, but this
is what makes different perspectives so helpful, right? It gives us the opportunity to see another side to something that we thought we understood perfectly already, right? Or perhaps you didn't think that, and you are aware of your own ignorance, and you can add that as something you now know more of, right? I think we grow. I think we grow from hearing more perspectives as people, as communities.
Yeah, if you're not growing, if you're not learning something every day, then that's a sad state of affairs. I mean, I'm
also a choice that many people make every day.
Also
but
choices.
Yes.
I'm actually I'm pretty excited. I'm doing a lot better on my reading this year. Last year I did good for like 3 months. And then kind of fell off, but I'm already done with 2 books this year, and working on 4 more currently. So
wow, that's impressive.
Like, learning is important, and
sure.
it's. Sure. I'm gonna try this. This is a stupid team. I'm gonna try it anyways.
Okay.
Kitty, Grum, Chicken, Fiend. I have 18 mana.
All right. It works. Sometimes it works.
It depends on... Oh, True Strike. I'm going to hit the Oceanus. So, yeah, I think it's going to work. He doesn't have a healer. Oceanus is dead. Yeah, we're golden.
There you go.
I would have been fucked if I didn't have both of the zero costers, though. Like, this team in Modern would not have worked there.
This is the beauty about the bodies, right? The bodies do so much. People don't realize how much those, small cards like a hardy stonefish or a fiend or a chicken, or they make so much difference.
Oh yeah,
right?
Just insane. It's
It's a difference between your damage dealer going down one round earlier, not getting damage off, and then killing your opponent's damage dealer where yours survives, right?
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to. And then you do more damage than your opponent, and then slowly whittling him down, right? And that's it's valuable. It is very, very valuable.
And I mean, in the right circumstance, a chicken can draw 3 hits.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
that is huge.
It is.
And that's why I have a level 3 chicken and a level 1 chicken. Because I never want to be without my chicken. So obviously still can't play it in no neutrals, but if it's melee only, I've got chicken. If it's no melee, I've got chicken.
Sure, because you've got the lower BCX one, which doesn't have the melee yet. That's great. You see, I work with the fiend in most cases. I have a chicken, but it's like a 1 BCX, so it's a no, and it only works in wild stuff, right? So I don't really play with it very often. I don't see it pop up very often in my list of things to play.
Yeah, because you're pretty much modern only, right?
Yeah, I play modern exclusively. I haven't touched wild since the split. Before that, I did play wild because I think everybody played wild. There wasn't really a choice in the matter. But yeah, since the split, I've exclusively played.
Actually, that's kind of brings up an interesting thing, because one of the current proposals is to actually split modern and wild, so that the cards that are playable in modern are not playable in wild. And I've actually talked about this previously, but I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
So I think no. I think wild, for me, wild has always been the entire collection, right? So even including the latest cards, everything. So it goes up the old strong immortal or super powered cards that are unbeatable, and all the latest cool stuff as well. Everything in the mix. And then the good ones come to the top, right? That's really where you see which cards are really good, right? In that environment. But only older players get to test all of the combinations with the older cards, right? But yeah, what do you think?
I am against it. I think, and this is actually something that Tails proposed long ago, like months ago, and is like, no, I 100% agree. Wild needs to be every card. Period. End of story. That is what the wild format should be. I would not be opposed to the formation of a third league, which was, everything except what's in modern. I would call it classic. I'm not like 100% stuck on that name. Obviously, it could be whatever, but like I would support something like that, but not yet. We don't have the player base for a third league. We really don't have the player base for the second league. I am still of the opinion that we should not have split modern and wild until Rebellion. Number one, because of player base. Number two, because there's not that much of a difference between the two yet. It's alpha and beta only. They shouldn't have made modern until Untamed was not in modern. That would have made a bigger difference, would have put a true separation between the leagues. And I think that kind of would have nipped this whole kind of conversation in the bud, because that is part of what is driving it, is that there's not much of a difference between the leagues right now. It's basically chicken and ooze, prismatic energy, and I mean at diamond and champion levels it's a bit more than that.
Sure.
But like for bronze, silver, gold, really the only effective differences are a couple of additional healers and those three.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas, once Untamed drops out of Modern, then the difference is huge, because then we're also talking about Kitty Llama Yoden.
Yeah, exactly. And that for me, I was very excited. I didn't realize that Untamed was actually still part of Modern. And then when the split happened and I came to the realization that I'm still going to be facing Kitty and Yoden, I was very, very sad. That really hit me hard.
Because you
And I
shouldn't have
should have
been.
realized that I shouldn't have been surprised because it was part of the list, right? But somehow in my mind, I thought that I was going to be rid of Yoda, Kitty, and Co, right? And I was sorely disappointed. Was sorely.
And I mean, it's still going to happen at the same time that it would have anyways. And
Yes,
okay, when
yes.
when Rebellion comes out, we will see that, and it'll be great.
Yeah.
But I can't wait for Rebellion to come out, because when all of those cards rotate out of Modern, I'm gonna be trying to pick them up on the cheap, because I know that's exactly how it works in Magic the Gathering. I'm not saying it's going to follow exactly, but I expect to see a flood of cards going onto the market from Modern only players, and that is going to drive prices down temporarily. It's going to be a short window, but it's going to be a window I intend to take advantage of.
Sure. That's great. I think that'll be healthy for our economy, right? Allowing people who missed out on the Untamed, to get another opportunity to buy it if you want to. Because there are some great cards in Untamed. There really, really are.
The biggest thing I'm after is 5 more BCX of Mylor.
Sure.
Because that'll allow me to get my Mylor up to level 4, which means that I can play my level 2 Minotaur Warlord with Mylor.
Okay. And that's silver level, mistaken?
It does not even be due to levels, just because at that point, level 2 Minotaur Warlord has both Reflect Magic and Return Fire, and then Mylor gives them Thorns.
Right.
I will play that in Diamond. I just need to unlock the Return Fire with my Mylor. That's all I care about there.
Okay, I get it. Very specific buy that you're doing, but okay. Yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head that I would be buying unless there's like a considerable price dip.
And I mean, that makes perfect sense. As a Modern player, you'd probably be the one who, whatever Untamed cards that you have that you're no longer going to be able to use, you would probably be trying to move them to reallocate those assets into cards that you actually can use. And that's the thing I love about that rotation thing happening is it's actually a win-win scenario, because it's like I get to pick up cards that are great for Wild cheaper than usual, because you are selling them because you can't use them anymore, but because of that you are using those assets to pick up the newer cards, and they're also going to be a little cheaper than usual because I'm not going to be focused on picking up those cards. I'm focused on picking up the cards that just rotated out.
And it sounds like a functioning economy. And that's a good thing. That is a good thing. That is what you want.
And then over time, they both go up anyways, because we continue to get new players into the game that don't have these cards and need the new cards, and if they want to play Wild, need the old cards also.
Drives demand. Exactly. Healthy functioning. That is what we want. Okay.
Wow, so bright. It is 1:15 a.m. Fantastic. That means this is done. Howdy, walk the grid. Morning. Welcome.
Last week, and runs the game okay as long as we don't do any outside.
So fresh and so clean.
Queries at the same time, in which case it's been causing some problems, as players have noticed.
So what's the fix, or what's the planned fix for that? Are we going back to the old ways? Are we doing?
So when I'm
something
playing it,
new?
are you hearing the town hall?
We're gonna change around
No,
a
I don't
couple
hear anything.
tables that are, we'll say, problematic, so we can do better ways of archiving data. Basically, right now we have been running on a pretty old code base for our database, the actual program that runs the database. So we had a lot of basically scheduled queries that would run and archive off stuff, like copy it out from one table to another and delete it. And we're going to be moving to more modern configurations where it's just the table basically automatically archives itself. We're also probably going to slightly scale the server back up. We scaled it down about half the capacity that it used to be, and we may move it slightly back up so it doesn't
All right,
have
there
too
we
many
go. I'm
issues
sharing it with you.
when we do need to run a lot of stuff against it.
That seems fair. Are there anything that you think the players will actually see, like any new visual
I'll go
updates
over
going out,
here.
or is it all back end?
Pretty minor. On the Buy DEC SPS page, I think we fixed up where the What is DEC button goes to, and the What is SPS button now has been cleaned
It
up
wasn't
a little
you
bit.
walk the grid. I turned the volume up on
but
the YouTube as well.
all in all, hopefully users won't really notice a difference when they use that page. Maybe it'll be faster, hopefully.
All right. Now, hey, let's put up the roadmap. So I kind of want everybody to go chime in here. So Nate, Weird Goatee, and Investigator, just try to give me some thoughts on the roadmap and what we have here. I guess I'll just kind of give a high level lay of the land. With the roadmap, we got the deck batteries coming. We have land, which includes the
Fuck
market,
DECB.
the interactive map view, and surveying, and that's generally the finality of land V1. We got market stuff where we're talking about season rentals, new cards, which are the Soulbound reward cards and the quarterly promo card sale. We have quality of life. These are group editions by set. We got some ranked battle things like new ratings changes, new rule sets, and 3 rule sets per battle. And finally, we have some stuff around the SPS validators where we're trying to get them live internally and actually get the delegation functioning on them. So those are some of what's happening in Q1. I mean, do you guys want to kind of weigh in or share what you're most excited about, or what give any kind of status or any thoughts on any of these guys? Feel free to just chime in if the muse has embraced you.
DECB
I mean, I can
itch.
speak quickly to the guild alliances. Guild alliances, we Matt's kind of talked about it a little bit on previous town halls here, where it's like a guild of guilds, right? It's a larger guild grouping to where you can bring many guilds under the same kind of umbrella. One of the things, though, that I want to speak about is that it's not happening in a vacuum, right? Like there are problems that we've already identified that come along with scaling a guild, right? Like if there's a small problem now when it's affecting just one guild, the way it's going to affect 10 guilds that are in a group, is much bigger. So guild alliances in and of itself isn't just, oh, here we slapped on a new guild thing. There's other kind of underlying fixes that go along with the installing that guild alliance to really make it so that we're not scaling problems that are already kind of bothersome into huger issues. And that's kind of some of the other things that we see, like the quality of life thing that Cryptomancer has been working on to get things grouped by edition or group editions by the set themselves. That's a problem that was small and then it just ballooned really big really quickly because of just underlying stuff. So we're trying to
I'm
plan out
super
ahead.
excited that that's finally getting fixed.
High level up top type thing that have many other
I have not been able to play
things,
Lux in modern brawls or
fixes
tournaments
that come along with expanding them along with itself. So guild alliances should be cool because it brings in other than just the alliances,
because of
other
the issue with
fixes and,
promo cards
implementations that go
currently.
along for
They're
guilds.
I'm
the
hoping that down the
modern
line we have
isn't
not
actually
just
functioning
guild versus
as
guild
intended.
combat, but something like Guild Alliance versus Guild Alliance combat. And, this is 2024.
Yeah, that's
beyond,
exactly
something
like
we have we have a land that
It's
land
not,
is, some
It's because of how they've split the
game
cards
monster created
and
PVE
stuff like
thing.
that.
Maybe there's some PvP, but it's going to be like
There's
Guild
very old
Alliance
cards
competing
under
against
promo
Guild
cards, and
Alliance.
there's very
That
new
should be-
cards under promo
that should be
cards,
the
and
dream.
they don't get
Well, yeah, I mean,
flagged as
especially because
modern
I'm still
or,
dying for Guild v Guild
Wild.
tournaments.
yeah,
and,
exactly. Like, I understand why the issue is there. I understand how it came about, but like even my first day, I was like, wait, if I'm looking for the new reward cards, how do I separate them from the old reward cards?
Player stuff from
You don't.
what's been being
Currently,
kicked
you
around
don't.
and
You
I know
can't.
is being worked on and looked at for the new players.
And that's an
stuff. I
issue.
know
That is an issue. There needs to be
player
there
base
needs
as a
to be
whole is
flag,
going to be
right?
very excited about that. Probably more.
And that's what they needed to create. It's taken them
SPS
way
stakes
too
for
long.
ranked
But
battle.
we're getting there. We're getting there, slowly but surely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm super glad that they are finally getting fixed, because it has been too long. The season rentals, I don't know if you were around or were paying attention last week during the town hall, but I asked my first question ever in a town hall, and that's what I asked about, was the season rentals, because I'd gotten some pushback from viewers about like how bad that would be if they were replacing rentals with season rentals. And so I asked if they were like adding it on or replacing, and it seems to be that they are going to be adding it on. So you'll still have your 2-day minimum rentals, and then you'll just have season rentals that like can't be canceled. And I think that's great, because it really sucks when you try and rent a card for a season and it gets canceled on you. But at the same time, like, it would be really bad for people to not be able to rent a card just for a day or 2 days. And in all honesty, I feel like with the season rentals, they should bring back 1-day rentals, because like sometimes I literally rent a card for a single battle. There's no reason I want to pay for it for 2 days. Like, if I have 12 mana available and I have water available, I'm gonna go rent a Zaya Chan, and I'm gonna play Phantom of the Abyss. I'm not gonna buy a Zaya Chan for that, for that scenario, but I will go rent one because it's gonna cost me 2 DEC. And so the fact that it's, I've got to rent it for 2 days, okay, I don't care. It's 4 DEC, but still, why the hell do I have to rent it for 2 fucking days when I'm getting it for 1 battle?
I do understand your predicament, but there's also the other side of the coin, that is the reason they implemented the 2-day thing. And I don't fully understand it, but what it has to do with is the bots and the bot armies and the way that they rent and the way that they do stuff.
And yet it did nothing to stem the tide. Like, I understand the thought process behind it, but it was completely ineffectual and did not a goddamn thing. And therefore, maybe we can revisit that and fucking roll it back, because it really didn't stop the bots at all.
I hear you, and I don't think the intention was to stop the bots. I don't remember specifically what it is that they were trying to curb there.
It wasn't even actually bots. That was actually more of a player thing, because what they were trying to actually stop there was the ability for you to save up your ECR, rent up to 100%, rent your cards for 1 day. Over the course of that 1 day, do your daily reward, burn down your ECR, do another daily reward after 23 hours. And see, that got changed. That's why the rental thing happened before they even changed the reward system.
Okay.
This was back when it was the 5 wins a day. And that's why they did it that way, is because that was the workaround. It was people renting for 1 day and doing 2 days worth of quests on it. But you can't do that under the current reward system. So fucking give us 1 day rentals back. Or hell, give us 1 hour rentals for all I care. 1 hour rentals and season rentals. Like I said, I most of the time I'm renting cards, it's either for an entire season or for a single battle.
Or for 1 battle. Yeah, I get it. And I think you make a valid point.
Ape's over here chatting in his sleep. He says rentals changed because too many players were complaining about cards being canceled too often. Well, that's why they're introducing the season rentals, is so that they can't be canceled. It's a full season rental. But that's, again, like, now that we've got, when that comes out, they should give us our 1-day rentals back. But no, I remember when it happened, like, one of the reasons why they actually instituted that was because there was that exploit that, a lot of people were actually making videos on it. Like, you can rent just every other day and, get both of your daily quests. And that was, also at the time when, people were on a bronze account with no cards and just their spell book, able to make like $30 a month. And then they were able to make like $50 a month doing that because they didn't have to spend anything on, or spend half as much on rentals. So, like, I understand where it came from, but number one, the system has changed so that it's no longer an issue. And number two, we're introducing something else that answers the other side of that issue. So, like, I feel like it would be perfectly fine to bring back 1-day rentals when they institute the season rentals. And obviously it wouldn't be that much work because they could just control, like, highlight the 2-day minimum and delete that, what they added, and bring it back. Walk the Grid is everywhere. He's walking the entire fucking grid. He's like that ape that is not just on Wall Street. He's on all streets. And everywhere in between, including on tops of the buildings that ape can't even climb up. I'm just playing. There's no building that ape can't climb up.
Yeah, who are you trying to fool here?
I wasn't trying to fool anyone. I was just trying to make it sound good.
It did sound good. And I'm also not, I didn't mean anything by that. Yeah.
Which is what I've seen the most discussion about recently, but new players and guild stuff is going to be pretty exciting for Q2.
Yeah, you're bringing in some of the Q2 things. So I guess I'll share those in case you can't read this or you're just listening somewhere. Weirdbeard talked a bunch about some of the things in the second quarter of our 2023 roadmap, where we get market, where there's SBS delegation rental markets and card bundles. We have new cards because we're planning some quarterly promos. We have ranked battles where we finally get rid of collection power and we replace it with SBS staking. We get Roonies, where Rooney combining starts getting to be a thing.
Where are my fucking cards?
SBS validators,
Okay,
so SBS governance player proposals and SBS validator nodes testnet live. We got guilds and the guild alliances, and then he was sharing some of the new player improved tutorial and
land. The nodes, I think, is a big part of our economy functions and works.
Yes, the nodes is like, that's what I've been calling for the longest time, since I really started paying more attention and trying to get involved in more than just the gameplay aspect of things. Is land priority number 1, nodes priority number 2. And like, I also understood that nodes were going to happen before land because there's less work that goes into that. But honestly, it's not even that I care so much about the nodes as they were telling us that, well, we've got to have the nodes to do the player staking, and we've got to have the player staking to do the staking requirements. And that's what I cared about, is the staking requirements. Like, everything in between is just like, meh, whatever, don't fucking care. But get us the fucking player staking. And then now I'm wondering, like, now that they're talking about changing the CP requirements per league to staked SPS requirements per league, like, okay, whatever. I'll withhold judgment on that until we see what it actually looks like in terms of, what those numbers are. But the SPS staking is, well, I understand that you don't care, Ape, because you've got the SPS and whatnot, and that, that is part of the reason why I sold my cards back when, to increase my stack of SPS, because I knew I didn't have enough. But also, it's like, again, these are promises that were made over a year ago, and it's like all of these reward changes that have been made since like the change, like obviously when we changed the system, that was one thing. I'm not talking about that, but you know, the starter cards and the leveled up cards and the we're gonna lower your rewards for this, we're gonna lower your rewards for that. All of that shit is completely unnecessary. What we needed instead was the fucking SPS staking requirements that we were promised a year ago. That's what we needed then, and that should have happened, in all honesty, before SPS was made the reward. Like, just like with, you know, issuing Chaos Legion and then doing the Modern and Wild split like 6 months after that. It should have been done together. They told us it was going to come together. And again, it should have been done with Rebellion instead of Chaos Legion. But either way, like they need to stop doing these things that are related and that go together separately. Whereas like the SPS staking requirements versus the nodes, that doesn't necessarily need to go together because we already have the infrastructure for the staking requirements in place. We already have stake requirements to get into certain tournaments. So it's already there. All they need to do is copy paste it into the battles, into the ranked reward section, and it's good to fucking go. So I don't get like why things are being done the way that they are, but you know, now that we're finally getting to that point where, okay, yes, let's do it. But also, you know, we have a white paper that outlines how SPS staking requirements are going to work. Don't try and replace that with the CP versus SPS staking for the league requirements. And, you know, maybe keep both. I mean, I admit that the CP is not really gating much of anything, at least for, you know, gold and diamond. But the CP is actually a gate for, you know, pushing into silver. It's actually a pretty big gate. Like, when you're first starting out and, you know, your cards are worth 5 to 20 CP each, 15,000 is a fucking lot. So, like, I understand the debate from a lot of the more seasoned players like Dwayne and whatnot saying CP is not an effective gate. And for you know, gold and diamond and champion, it really isn't. But for silver, it is. And then, you know, is SPS going to be any more of a gate? Well, yeah, but it's also, is it going to be better? Because now, for a new player, not only do they have to acquire cards to play with, but they also have to acquire a potentially significant amount of SPS in order to play at a league, and that is going to, I feel, potentially provide a negative pressure towards new players joining. Again, we'll have to see how it works exactly before I can, you know, make an actual judgment call on it, but I definitely see the potential there.
Yeah, it may prevent, but at the same time, you know, we want community members that are contributing to our community. How they are contributing, I don't really mind. In which way they're contributing, I don't mind either. But we don't want people that are only taking away.
No, exactly.
If
Exactly.
The economy cannot function, right? If you have one side of your economy where there's people that's only taking away, it will break down eventually. The economy will stop functioning, and that's the issue.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. That is, like, that's why I'm not anti-bot. I'm anti-bot farms. And it's not even that I'm anti-bot farms. I'm anti-bot farms because they are extracting value. They're, you know, just taking advantage of the system. And
somebody put it very, very well for me the other day. And it's like, I don't mind a bot that has invested thousands into buying cards. What I do mind is bots that are owning of one BCX cards and taking away or selling dollars out of the game or extracting dollars out of the game. Right? They've invested nothing and they're extracting everything.
Yeah, exactly. And they're also causing problem, like that is a big part of the new player experience problem with novice, is that there are no rule sets, so it's super easy on the bots. And like I said, I played 12 games, I lost 11 of them because the bots have the perfect fucking teams for every available mana set. And it's like, and that's the problem. Like, for a new player coming in, and I know the game, I know what all the abilities do. I'm not trying to learn the cards while I'm in the middle of getting my ass whooped, and I'm still getting pissed off getting my fucking ass whooped because the bots have the perfect teams, because there is no differentiation between the goddamn games. Like,
at the same time, though, you can study those patterns, right? Because they are very predictable. So you can actually learn what they play at that mana cap, and then you can counter that play specifically, right? But it requires some time and effort and training.
Exactly. And when you're a new player, that's teaching you the wrong way to play the game, because that's teaching you how to play against bots and not how to actually play. And that's exactly. Yeah, like,
that's wrong. You're learning the wrong thing. You're learning the wrong behavior, right? It's not good. It's not good for the game. It's artificial. It's not real. Yeah. On that note, I'm starving. I wanna go have lunch, man. It's been awesome.
Alrighty. Well, we are 13 minutes into the 2-hour and 2-minute town hall, so I'm still going to be going for a while, so you're more than welcome to come back when you get done with lunch if you want.
I can come back. I can come back if I'm done with lunch. But my body is shouting at me to go and eat something.
Yeah, definitely take care of that. Treat yourself and whatnot. But thank you for joining. If I catch you later, awesome. If not, then I will catch you later.
Sweet. Thank you so much for the invite, and catch you out there in the Splinterverse.
Absolutely.
Nate, anything? What out of this feels like it's burning a hole in your life with the creative department?
No, for sure. I mean, with creative specific.
Yeah, most people view all bots as equals. I totally understand that. And yeah, I agree that it's not all bots that are the problem. Bot farms, yeah, the ones that are, very minimal buy-in and then just extracting super amounts of value, yeah, that is a problem. But, like, I don't have a problem with anybody. Like, I run a bot on, well, actually not lately, but on my alternate accounts, I run bots. Just because I don't have time to play them. And I mean, they're really not earning much of any rewards. But, I figure I've got that ECR, I might as well get some advantage out of it. And then it's not like I'm, extracting that value from the game either. I'm using it to build up my main account. And then, like anybody else who's got, a bot or two, it's really not a problem. But yeah, for the 10,000 account bot farms that are just taking everything they can, selling it and withdrawing their profits, yeah, that is a problem. That's no bueno. That's what's fucking with the economy. But bots are not the problem. It's value extraction that is the problem. And I mean, there's got to be a way to extract some value. Otherwise, it's really not a play to earn game. And that is part of the appeal of the game. So it's definitely a fine line to walk and to try and figure out. I'm not saying that there is an easy answer, but SPS staking is a better answer than any of the ones that have been put forth. And I feel like that's it should have been already done. And I feel like that it didn't actually need nodes to be to be in place, and we already have that infrastructure in the code in the game as applies to tournaments. And it could have already been done. It should have already been done. It should have been done when SPS rewards were put out there. There's no way that we should have been letting people earn SPS rewards without having SPS staked. Like, that's just completely backwards and asinine to me, and I don't understand how anybody thought that was a good idea. And what are your thoughts on this guild alliances thing, Ape?
Exactly. A good portion of our resources are always dedicated for way down the road because we need that much runway in order to like be ready for when that quarter rolls around. But you know, at the same time, we have resources equally focused on the short term, like what is happening right now in quarter 1. How can we pass the baton to engineering so that they have what they need from a design perspective, or animations, or art, or all the rest of this stuff. So you know, if I look at quarter 1 of this roadmap, I guess the big stuff is the deck batteries. So that's pretty amazing. You know, a hallmark, a milestone in our company's history is as we continue to integrate and become this seamless machine where it's not just company and community, but company and community combined, working together, collaborating to bring forth and improve and make everything successful for everybody. That's pretty freaking cool. So although, you know, I do got to make sure that we integrate the UX side of things more in these proposals at the beginning stages. I do think that it is something that is a pretty nifty idea. And you know, during the course of this town hall, I can share a little bit of where that's at, where that's going. Season rentals. Let's see what else you got on your group additions by set. I spoke about that before. I think that is really cool, and I'm really happy that we're doing it. I'm really happy it's happening in quarter 1. So I guess the big one there is probably land. You know, every day, like literally every day, not only every day, but literally as we're talking right here on the town hall, I see updates happening in the team Slack in regards to the land and upgrading how that's going to look and everything. It's pretty exciting to see it happening. Like we've talked win land for so long that I think for a lot of people it doesn't even feel real. It doesn't even feel like it really is happening. But you know, I'm telling you guys that that's a big focus this year is actually like, you know, making it happen, making it a reality. So, um, in the next few weeks, you'll see hopefully market functionality hit the website, and then maybe a few weeks after that, the full map view. Although Farpatrod has really had his head down, just going full steam ahead in trying to like I don't know what he's doing. He has like multiple arms and multiple keyboards, and the guy's crazy. He's just working like a robot nonstop. So I see him doing map functionality at the same time as market stuff, and he's just all over the place, and he's doing pretty good with that. So I'm pretty amazed at just his work ethic, his dedication, and how much he brings to the table in making sure that land is going to happen. Um, we've been handing off UI specs and continue to hand off UI specs to engineering so that they have what they need for all that cool land stuff. And then probably in the next few town halls, I'll share what the art team has been coming up with in terms of there's some really cool concepts for occupied land and keeps and castles and all the stuff we're going to need for the surveying phase.
Yeah, okay, that's
Um,
not going to work.
because although you won't be able to construct buildings yet, there are certain land types that require that there be something there already, and that's coming to a close. The final designs for that stuff, and I'll share that as we get closer.
Trying to stream the second browser
You know
window,
what
it
else
just
you got?
wasn't having
Rank
it.
battles, new rule sets. Oh yeah, I see a lot of development happening with the rule set stuff, and we're making new graphics and stuff to make that a reality. So that I'm a little nervous myself actually about 3 rule sets per battle. I mean, I play the game if not every day, then every other day. I'm there playing the game along with everybody else, and sometimes just 2 rule sets. The timer's ticking away of the final seconds, and I'm literally, I would say half the time I'm clicking the battle button right when it's going 3, 2, 1. I'm one of those guys. So if you play me, sorry. you're probably waiting. Golly, when's this guy gonna make his team so I can hurry up and go to the next battle? Yeah, that's me. I'm taking every single second. Um, but yeah, that's what I got for quarter one. Lots of cool stuff happening.
Yeah, I've been I started having a couple meetings with Matt around land, trying to plan for phase two. So we'll see as we start kind of nailing down details of buildings and production and resources. Um, we're laying, all this stuff. Players always seem to get confused when we talk about roadmap because we'll be talking about like how some of the production rules might work for land, and we'll be talking about how some of the Guild Alliance stuff might work, and we'll talk about how like land V1 is happening, and it feels confusing because they don't get to see that there's like a whole roadmap that's here that you have to some of these things you have to do way out in the future. So like some of the
Ooh, blank the
some of the
entire
like
first.
Excel sheet stuff comes first, and then some of the graphics stuff comes second, and then you kind of get the full programming of that third. But you also don't want to be full waterfall in your development, so it's kind of this like integrated experience along the way of doing some of all of that at the same time.
I think we got it still.
It's a funky space that we're in, and hopefully people can recognize that even if something isn't slated until Q3,
There we go.
it's possible that something like the creative team has to be working on it in Q1 or Q2 so that it's ready for developers by Q3. So there's some aspect of that I think people need to consider.
You bring up a good point, Aggie, and that is because a lot of people have been clamoring for it, and I feel them so much. I'm like, yes, I'm with you. I understand. They're clamoring for the land white
18,000.
paper, right? The exhaustive, robust, comprehensive document that is going to spell out every aspect of what land is, what it will be, what we can basically commit to saying, hey, this is all worked out, all this stuff, right? And it's like, I think the deck B proposal, and as we change things up like every few weeks and you see these updates to the game, you realize that this whole product is always moving, always adapting, always changing and morphing, and hopefully into evolving into something better. But at the same time, like you mentioned, the waterfall method, and just like saying, okay, let's work out the next 3 years of land expansion development and all that entails, not only leading up to crafting, but what comes right after crafting and everything else. And let's make sure everyone knows what that stuff is. And it's like, geez, we already know that's all going to change along the way. There's no way around it. It's going to happen. So just know that we are working on getting you guys something, if not the most comprehensive white paper possible, then at least something to go off of. So we're not ignoring you guys. We understand that's a need, and we're working on it.
Yeah, and there's like a so there I got a whole like hour-long session with the devs tomorrow and Matt for like brainstorming and trying to nail down kind of what the last details are going to be. So I don't know. It should be funky as we figure out like um, you know code is a challenge because there's basically infinite possibilities, and while that's also exciting, at some point you have to nail them down. So Matt and I are like a perpetual balance of I'd like to go put lots of stuff in, and Matt says no, we have to make sure we can get it done in a certain amount of time. So we like keep shaving off and shaving off and shaving off, and that's just part of what we do. So and I think it leads to good products, right? Because we're not doing every idea, we're just doing the ones that make it through the cut. But that's some of the challenge of what we work through. Harry, how about you? When you're looking at this, like what strikes you as somehow on your radar, or it seems pushing, or you think it's going to make a big difference to how the game operates?
Well, I've got probably the best view of what's coming up more immediately. So I know that DEC batteries, I've seen a draft version of it up for review, so that's probably going to be done pretty soon. And as we talked about, it shouldn't be a big deal to code. 3 rule sets per battle is pretty close to being done. There was some talk about if we're going to have
Give us
ready for
one in
tomorrow.
novice,
Probably in the next couple weeks.
2 in
we
bronze,
should have
3
that
in silver.
ready to go. I don't know if we're going to hold on to it for a little bit, but I think we'll probably kick it out. And Soulbound reward cards. I've seen a draft of some release notes that Matt's probably going to post soon, hopefully. That should answer a lot of the questions that people have currently about those. And I know he wants to get those out pretty soon.
Cool.
Personally, I'm excited about land surveying since I've got some plots myself.
Yeah, here's hoping that comes along before too long. Okay, let's just get me and Weirbeard. Let's go do a little bit of Brawlhalla and see what's going on with the players. And it sounds like there's going to be something like a Dowhala. Sounds like the players have feedback. I don't know if we've seen this happen before, but sometimes these players seem to have the desire to have their opinion heard, shared, and enacted upon.
You would
Is
think
that your
so.
experience?
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing: with community proposals finally going out, and we have our own Discord, channel essentially within our Discord itself. I think it's as usual. It's a time to put your money where your mouth is because it's out there. We now have the ability for the community to bring proposals, to have it be backed by people, and really put some pressure, right? So that it's not just sort of monkeys flinging poop at each other. We have to actually see if it's actionable and if it's a real thing that's supported. When you put SPS stake behind these different ideas, I think it sort of actually gives direction to feedback, right? Like it has to focus it instead of having everybody has the opinion where everybody's screaming it on the same kind of level. It makes it so that it's kind of easy to sort through them, right? I think that we're still refining some of the processes. Later on today, there's going to be an all ping that goes out to the community to where people are able to vote for their community leaders. Right?
That
So we're
is
doing a
the
straw poll
the
to
vote
essentially find people that are representative of the community and who the community wants to see speaking.
that I'm
for
linking in the
They
chat
won't
now.
hold any actual power. But we're trying to make it so that every time somebody pays to have one of these community proposals made, both the team will give a response, and then these people that are community members will give a response to say,
I would greatly
hey,
appreciate
we
your
either
vote,
support this or we don't support this, and this is why. And then people are still able to vote up and down.
but I
on
don't
whether or
expect
not
it.
they support it, but at the very least, it gives kind of a feel of what does the community think about this? What does the team think about this?
So are these? What have you seen here? Is this stuff contentious? Is this stuff easy peasy? Like these are the dumbest fixes, and why aren't they already implemented yet? Like what?
I mean, we really don't. There's only a small handful that are in there right now. We have Peak Monsters making one saying create a dashboard to view and interact with community proposal suggestions. And then DAO proposal, which is the DAO should stake an additional 28 million SPS for a total of 30 million SPS. And both are handedly winning right now. So I mean, I'm because I've gone kind of undercover in a lot of groups of people that are talking about bringing things. So right now we're seeing power consolidation because while the fee to get these proposals made isn't high, people are still wanting to do it with groups of people, right? So it's hey, I'm not just fronting the entire fee myself. I'll get a group of people to do it. And that's totally fine. But I've listened to a lot of them. So right now there's power shuffling of them trying to figure out what do we bring first? Who's going to be the one to do these things? They want to make sure that they're not just doing it and then it falls flat. So they're doing their due diligence beforehand. So I think that there might be a few easy fixes in there, but a lot of it is as of right now still people trying to figure out how to leverage the community proposal system.
What's the you think? Are you hearing anything crazy we should suspend all of Agro's assets
No.
or
Yes, totally.
What's the...
Suspend all of Agro's
I mean,
assets.
a lot of it obviously is gonna
Just take it off.
There's all the contentious issues, the things that have been in the salt mines for a year and a half now of, you know, bots, the way ranked is organized, and allowing for you know, other integrations or like solutions that people have for there's a lot of monetary ones that I have to be like, all right, that's cool. Let me know, man, because it's like beyond my scope of what I'm doing. But there's nothing crazy. Again, I think like what it does when you actually make people have to pay to put a proposal forward and have lots of people vote on it, that it makes it so that the crazy ideas are already filtered, right? Like if it's just typing in Discord and Discord's totally free, like you're gonna get some crazy ones where they go, let's make Aggie wear a wig for the rest of his life, whether he likes it or not. But when it's like making it a community proposal, it's that it's
Is that
like
a
that
bunch of
background
monkeys
check
fucking a
time that they
football
do
walk?
before you buy a gun, to where like people think about it before they actually go out and do it. They go, maybe I shouldn't make one about taking all of Aggie's stuff away. So yeah, I think it's really low key for what you're probably anticipating it's going to be.
All right. I mean, I don't have huge expectations yet. You know, I think this stuff will get really crazy if and when we go into
God
a
damn, this
full-blown,
shit's too bright.
bull
Yes.
market.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So like let me pull it up. So in the DAO account, I think it's just shy of 60 million.
I've actually not even looked at those yet. We'll do a dive on them tomorrow.
Yeah, here we go. No, it's not going to be that. It's going to be in Splinterlands. So yeah, I think it's around like 60 million, right?
Yeah, close to that for right now. And like, there's the one that currently exists is because I'm sure that they have it listed in here, is that right now they're asking for the DAO to stake way more SPS in there, just so that they can make sure that we have more SPS in there. So right now the SPS DAO account has 58,093,490 SPS, and only 2 million of that is staked.
Yeah, and they want to bring it up to 30 million.
Yeah.
I mean, I have mixed feelings about that. I like having a higher APR on my staked SPS. If this thing goes in and does the 28 million, you know, that's gonna bring our stake total up over 500 million. So that's kind of a cool metric. I mean, just to be able to say, hey, we have more than 500 million tokens staked, that's actually pretty cool. But it's also going to go cut the rewards for everybody else that's doing that. So, what?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can never complete
like
these
5 to
because
7%
I
or
can't
something
complete
in
these
that range.
tasks.
You know, it's not the end
Like
of
the
the world,
surveys,
whatever,
I just
you know,
like surveys will
that
always
one to
kick me
is,
out.
like less contentious. You know, my guess it'll pass, but who knows?
I don't have 30 RLT
I
to
was
spend.
Good. I think if Gene is saying that it's 6.3, and I said 5 to 7, so that's somewhere.
I'm not going to be able to merge or craft a miner.
You know, when I think this gets more contentious, it's like, okay, SPS is back over $1.
Yes.
And now it's got $50 million in there, and like, what are we going to do with it? Are we going to give Gene $2 million to go build something? Are we going to give Jarvie and Asgarth $2 million to go build something? If we give it to them, who voted it? Is it just like a whale friendly experience where it's just whales giving each other millions of dollars? Is it?
Well, I mean, that's why I think it's important that we have not only so that people that pay get their proposals put up, but have this community like council essentially of, you know, 5 to 10 people that are going to be able to say like, hey, I'm hoping that it's not just made up of whales. Like, no offense to whales, but it needs to be a mix of, you know, regular everyday players and whales that are able to put out a statement and say, yes, we support this, or no, we don't. Like, I think you're right. Things aren't contentious right now, but the other way to make sure that we don't have super contentious stuff is that we you know, have discussions ahead of time. Like, I think a lot of it is the only reason that things get super contentious is when one side doesn't understand the other. Community building a lot of the times is just politicking, meaning that you're out shaking hands, kissing babies, and letting people know, like, yes, I'm here for you. Hello, tell me your problems. How can I solve them? And So the way that you make it so that things aren't like super extreme, I want to burn everything down, is you have to do the politicking ahead of time. People have to have their small issues addressed so that they don't just like fester into really big ones.
And that's part of why we're sending you into the salt mines to
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, hey, go talk to these players and let them bring up their concerns, and let's give them a forum. Again, I'm really, I was part of like the Occupy Wall Street movement, and one of the things that they did pretty well was governance. And it was part of what they did is in all the committees they said, look, if you have like a really strong opinion of how something should work, you can't be the moderator of that, because you're going to like guide it towards this thing or another. So you have to like find somebody that's really neutral to be like, okay, that person's going to go lead this thing, and let's get some feedback. And so I'm hoping that you'll be this kind of like nice mix of a corporate representative, so that that this kind of comes with some official blessings and like support from the company, but not so much that we're like steering it one way or the other. I don't have some like mega agenda for how we spend DAO funds or something. That's community money. Do the things you think are best. But I also want to make sure that like we have a man on the inside, so that it's like, is this just a bunch of whale collusion? Is this just a bunch of like people voting themselves $1 million checks? I don't want to see that. Like that hurts this game. So I don't know. I think there's a balance here of some amount of support is good. If we provide, a time and a space for people, that's good. But if we start dictating agendas and we're like dictating, I don't want to be like Speaker of the House, where it's like, I will tell you what issues we'll bring up, and that is the full extent, sir. This is like the people's house. So everybody gets to kvetch about whatever they want to kvetch about.
Yeah, but I think it's also like trying to make sure that players understand that the impact, like it's like with great power comes great responsibility. Like trying to have players understand that, like, yeah, you can propose to like, hey, ranked has to be played with your feet from now on, and like, sure, you can propose it, but making sure that we educate them on like, okay, but here's how it's going to impact lots of these other things that we're talking about doing. Like, it's a very powerful tool, and trying to educate
Wow,
and
that
impart
accuracy.
that importance upon players is like a large part of what I'm going to be doing. It's not about like dictating, you know what I mean? Like, hey,
Wow.
how do we, this is what you need to talk about, and this is how we do it. It's way more about trying to teach them how to use it and bring them up to speed of like, here's what we're doing. If you propose this, this is how it's going to impact these other things. So maybe you should talk about this first, or do this other thing instead.
Just
like,
ridiculous.
I think it's a lot of, just like it's
Just
guidance.
fucking
like, I'm going to be the
ridiculous with
player's
the
guidance
accuracy.
counselor here, and just try to get them to know what they're doing.
Have you ever seen a dog that's been beaten a lot?
Yes.
Fucking 180?
Loud noise. Yeah.
That dude was
Like,
180
I think Matt and
points
I have
higher
that
than me.
kind of
Like,
experience sometimes with
the
Yes,
fuck?
you guys do.
We've been beaten like over and over excessively, and it's like, we want to provide this, but neither Matt nor I want like direct responsibility. And that's good for decentralization. It shouldn't just be up to Matt and I, even if we have the best intentions or whatever. We have whatever, any set of best intentions could be different than what somebody else's best intentions are, and it's not right or wrong. It's just, this is my preference or your preference, and it shouldn't just be Matt and I.
Well, no,
but
and
I'm so looking forward. Gene is talking about this a little bit of like, this leaves the team free to put even more focus on the gameplay and other items, and let the community discuss these things amongst ourselves. Like, I would so love to remove myself from like 90% of those conversations. If like something really feels like it's going to go mess up the game or like skyrocket the game, you bet your ass I'm going to get involved. But like, for the little tweaks here and there, I really feel like, if that's what the players want, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the big thing, is that I like our community a lot. So, like, I like hanging out with them. I think a lot of the community would tell you, like, I spend a lot of time hanging out in other people's Twitch streams, their YouTube streams. Ron can tell you I'm one of the top donators on Splinterlands TV for gifted subs, baby. Like, I'm in there, and I hear the people that don't like me, and I hear the people that do. And I think like I'm blessed to be in a position where like I am an idiot, because when you recognize that you're an idiot, like I'm always kind of in the middle because hey, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I know my world and that's about it. So, like I think you're right. You need to be a CEO. Like you should not have intimate knowledge about like the way that we're trying to organize brawl fray composition and the way, you know what I mean? Like what players want one more,
Got it.
wild one over one more gold fray. Like go do CEO stuff. I can't do CEO stuff, right? Like I can do brawl stuff. I can do tournament stuff. I can do community stuff. And so like it's really trying to make it so that you can do the things that you're uniquely positioned to be able to go and do, right? Like let Matt just go brainchild things out. Like he doesn't day-to-day meetings, like don't worry about it, Matt, I got you. Like we can step in and take care of this. I just want you to be able to execute the best way that you can on your stuff.
Finally, Bronze 2.
So, um, at that level, one of the things that I've worked on hardest, I think, is really trying to implement a process that's different, and that that
Damn it, I can't.
takes
Kitty
buy-in
Wendeku
across this
here.
entire organization, and it took months to try to like put this thing in place, and now it's just starting to run, right? Like we're getting through the first sprint here, and we'll see. Did it produce results? Did it get us the things that we want? And well, we can have some like conversation and feedback about it. But for like the first time in a long time, I feel like I have really good insight into this organization. Um, and I feel like anybody around here can start looking at, what are they working on and what are they doing? At some point, it is on my brain to figure out, if there is a way that I can actually start sharing all these things with the community as a whole. And so like that whole process around, because like I remember this with Steemit, and it was like this whole, they would be like walling themselves off with concrete, and the community was like, no, we want a freaking fishbowl, we want to see everything you're doing. And I sympathize with that. I was one of those guys that was like, show us what you're working on. I got like 100,000 Steam here. I'm pretty well like personally invested in what this one company is doing, what this development company is doing, and but I also want to impact it and change it and be able to go provide direction, especially if I think that something is wrong. And they were horrible at that. I hope that these like weekly meetings help show that we have some transparency, and then the more that we're actually putting in governance voting and allowing people to go make changes and all that, that to me I think is all pretty critical for how we get those experiences. But that's just me kind of like brain farting of like, these are all the things that I get to consider by not being yelled at by players around. Why did you have one too many Alpha Gold foil tournaments in this brawl, sir?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like that's listen,
Got
I'm
it.
not a details guy, but I am a details guy in the sense that like this also frees it up so that, and this is gonna sound terrible, so I'm sorry, but like
I'm excited for this.
I just like me. I don't need to be micromanaged. I'm a peacock captain. You got to let me fly. Like you got to just put me in to do it, right? And it's like we have somebody in the chat right now talking about what is being done for new players to have a more enjoyable gameplay experience. What's the easiest way to make a really focused new player tutorial is to have it laser focused with one person who's like, I'm here to do this. This is what I'm delivering on. And it's being worked on. And one of the easiest ways to do it is to get the higher ups that technically don't need to be involved to go do something else because it's like, hey, just stop talking to me. Let me do this. Let me deliver on these things, please. And that's what I'm excited to be able to do. So it's like, dog, like go do something else.
So
Please.
some folks know I have mentioned at times that I'm a PhD chemist. And in the process of doing that, you have, a graduate student doing research, and you have advisors that are there to like kind of guide. And sometimes those professors meddle, and
I did
sometimes they'll
not
even get
know
into the lab and
that
actually do
Aggie was a
experiments with you.
PhD.
That's pretty rare, but most of the times they're just sort of meddling with you. And one of the professors that was at Texas A&M said something like, if a graduate student is producing work, the last thing you should do is interfere in that at all. Just like, if you're getting success, you stand out of the way, you like high five them, you buy them dinner or something, or you like, I don't know, whatever it is that you do, you don't mess with that. Because like getting to that stage is like the hardest thing that could happen. So that's how I feel. Like, sick good people on it. One of my favorite lines out of all of this is something like 90% of directing is casting. And it's just like put the right people in the role, give them as much wiggle room as you can as an organization, and then let's see what gets produced.
I mean, I hit you up on Discord this weekend because I was just like, hey man, I just want to talk to you about some of the stuff that's going on, because it's like there's a lot to speak to, like the overall process of things that are happening and whatnot. Like it feels like the machine has started again. You know what I mean? Like that it's
There we go.
there's things happening, there's movement going, and we have all kinds of things. I've been working with Chatter. Like we have two really big projects, including one of them being the Battle Pass. Of that's moving quite quickly down the pipeline and everything. That's something that's not on the roadmap. I promise there's movement going on. We have lots of other things that are being like worked on, more than just like, hey, let's brainstorm some ideas. Like there's a lot of work going into this about how we are going to juggle some of these projects and how we're going to deliver them. And I think it's like I want to continue doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Like if I mess something up, I want you and Matt to be able to come in and lay down the law. But if I'm not messing anything up, you know what I mean? Like your day to day should not involve having to micromanage all the people below. Like we're put in this position to deliver on these things, and the reason that I hang out with all of the players as much as I do is so that I can just do what they need to do. Like that's my goal, is to facilitate it and go through and do the back end of actually getting the wheels moving on it.
So, there's actually some of this chat that's happening in Discord, which is like, focus on new player experience, and then we have it in Q2. So it's something like, you know, this roadmap really shows you when like the heaviest amount of actual development is happening on it. But all this stuff is happening like right now. There's people that like Weirdbeard is saying, there are people that are meeting about the new player experience to go figure out, you know, there's nobody in the world that can tell you if I said, hey, look, go code a new player experience. There's not there that is not like a thing. That is not a well-defined scripted, we know what has to be in this. Like every game is going to be unique, and every different company is going to have to go do something different, and there's probably going to be some echoes from one to the other, but you have to like literally sit down and scope out the whole thing. So when you guys see in Q2, it's like, well, what that little box really means, start development on it, meaning like start coding it, which means that sometime in Q1, Nate needs to get his hands on it so that he has some idea of like what kind of things we need to graphically show. And then, there have to be developers and leadership and people that are intimately familiar with the experience of like, what are the success criteria? What is the limiting part of a new player experience? What's harming us? What's helping us? And somebody needs to get their damn hands dirty to do all that, so that by the time that it goes to the players, you can go have like some real in-depth, not just let's make a new player experience, but it's like, no, look, dude, you have to go have this economic model. You have to go do this keychain thing. You have to go have some like basic strategy of like how to compete in the lower level leagues. You have to go through renting. Like you nail it down, and it's not just even a statement like you have to go through renting. What does that mean? What parts do you actually have to do? Are we going to include Nifty or are we not? Are you going to go to Peak Monsters or not? Is it only what's in the website or not? Yeah, like all of that stuff has to be defined. And then you have to figure out like, well, how much time is it going to take? What are the highest priorities? Which one of these are going to go through? And it's not just, I know that the players are like, new player experience. And
I like
many
that
of
voice, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's
New player
think it's mostly
experience.
Cleveland from Family Guy.
I need new players, everybody.
Yeah, I need some new players. Yeah. It's just my frustrated slow man voice.
Well, like, I mean, what are the other things that you have to identify in there? I feel like this. I apologize. Everybody's listening to us, and they're just like, "Shut up, dude. Shut your mouth." But like, you have to like have one of the things that I've developed over the past, because today is my exact 1 year anniversary of working for this company. I started 1 year ago. I signed the paperwork.
Okay.
Is you have to develop a really strong internal voice of knowing what do I want. Like, and that voice synthesizes what a lot of people like and what you want, and like how do you bring those together. And once you have that voice and it like is your guiding North Star, everything else just sort of falls into place. Like when people go, oh, new player experience. How many weeks have I gotten up here and say, I just don't get the economic side of stuff? Like, I straight do not understand it. I am too dumb. My main driving force is it fun? Is it accessible to new players? Can we market the poop out of it so that I can go out and pull in all of the people that play League and Valorant and Apex and Rocket League and all the other AAA titles, that play Hearthstone, that play Magic, that play Eternal, that play Slay the Spire, that play Monster Train. Like the big thing here is understanding, like, dog, I I am here to deliver on that. And once we kind of like, now it's January 16th. We have had one sprint of doing a new format of working out some of these things. I have to still get through backlog tickets, like adding an info tab in tournaments that allows for a list of FAQ tournament questions. Like, yes, you have to win one match in a tournament to be able to place, or allow scheduling of tournaments on, the 15 and 45, or the ability to track specific tournament players are interested. Like, there's a lot of garbage tickets that aren't really garbage, but they're like low level ones that we have to get through. And while that's being done, planning for this new player experience and planning for, like, okay, this new play mode that Chatter and I have been working on is going to be big. But it's like, now, okay, we just need to get in and make sure that we can get it slotted in there. Like, new player experience is of tantamount, like, importance to me. It is not going to be of tantamount importance to everybody, because everybody needs to kind of have their own championed causes. Like, making the game fun, fair, and accessible are the three, like, bedrock pillars of what I'm going to champion. And that doesn't mean that when Matt argues for, like, economy decisions, that I'm being overridden or that we're not paying attention to new player stuff. But, like, Matt has so many hands. Nate has so many hands. Nate is interested in making things like AAA studio quality, right? Like, that should be his focus. He shouldn't give a damn about, like,
Oh, well, technically, we have to be able to.
I'm gonna do the same voice.
Oh, well, technically, we have to be able to do this to do new player stuff.
Like, no, dude.
Oh,
like,
that was getting into Kermit the Frog. Is
Yeah,
Kermit the Frog gonna judge us now?
dude, I don't make me do a Kermit voice. Why are there?
This is where the shit went
But,
sideways.
like, yeah, like,
Frog
Kermit the
coming
Frog
to you
here
live from the
from
Splinterlands town hall.
Splinterlands.
I just like, there's just so many, there's so much stuff, and I feel like we're really working through, like I said, like, all those back end tickets. Discord hated my Kermit voice. Like, I apologize. I feel like we always ramble, and I don't want to, but, like, we have a lot of tickets that are just being worked through, and we're eating our vegetables, as I like to always say internally right now. Not the fun
I
stuff.
hate that way they
Like,
say that.
I'm ready
Fucking
to get to
vegetables
the
are
fun
fucking
stuff
delicious.
afterwards, but for right now, I have to do.
Making
all
it
these
sound like
things.
fucking
Yeah,
bad to eat your
Code
fucking
in this
vegetables.
world
Vegetables
is
are
so weird
fucking
because
amazing.
It's like so heavy on the back end, so heavy on the planning, so heavy on the designing, and then, like, it spits up in 2 weeks, and players are like, now there's too many changes. It's
Gold
just
gram.
um,
Okay, I got
I don't know.
35
Some of
there.
this, I saw somebody's comment of like, why are you talking about all this? We just want to see what's new. And it's something like, I need this community and this ecosystem to understand some of the development cycle that goes on here, so that you can start predicting when things will happen. You can have a better sense of how all this stuff works. That what you see on the roadmap is kind of what the developers are, but if you take a step back, you'll see that, like, if we put out a creative roadmap, it would be like offset by a quarter, if not more. And then if you put in, like, even before that, just sort of like
That'll be 2 gold
leadership
grams.
or community, kind of like, what projects are we entering into the hopper and trying to, like, refine and talk through, it would be offset even a quarter after that.
2,
So, like, there's not,
3,
it's not just this one
4,
roadmap. There's all
5.
of these that are sort of happening
be
simultaneously.
3 gold grams.
So
Yeah, I mean, like, I just, again, we're working on, because I said it kind of earlier, in that, like, when we do some of these bigger things like guild alliances, or even when I've talked about league locks for tournaments, right, where you get to select your own league and you lock to it for an entire season, so you're not having to bounce around. There are small problems that already exist now that if we were to scale things bigger, they go from being, like, kind of an annoyance to, like, oh my God, this is like,
Yeah,
what the hell is
I'm
happening?
better
It's the
off
same
not
thing with,
even
like,
bringing those back in
ownership
yet.
of guilds right now, right?
Just wait
Technically,
until
if somebody just
tomorrow,
goes
and then I'll be
AFK
able to
on a
do
guild, you're
another
you're
ounce.
boned. Like, to put it nicely, and like it's just up in the air, and there's nothing you can do about it with an AFK leader. What would happen if we had a guild alliance with 10 guilds and that guild alliance leader went AFK? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so that's something that we now have to fix before we can do a lot of these
But I
other
can
cooler
go to
things.
Gold Gram
When
of
it
Pure
comes to
Crystal.
like new player experience and doing a tutorial, hey, if we're going to be looking at Battles 2.0 in the future, why are we going to blow ourselves out trying to get this new player experience up and then having to just redo it in another 6 months if and when Battles 2.0 comes out? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things of timing and making sure that it's done correctly so that we don't have people going, oh my God, they're redoing the tutorial again. Why are they doing other things? Like, you have to do things in a sequential order. So, like I said, we
I
get
will pull the
through
Silver Gram back in.
garbage stuff right now that needs to be done, and then not fun stuff.
Wait, no, I won't.
And then go through
That's
and be able to do
40.
those bigger things. Like that's where I'm at right now, which sucks. And everybody's going to continue to yell, and I welcome them to continue to yell and reach out to me on Discord about things that they're not happy with. But like, I hope that we do get to that fishbowl day one day, so that I can share all of the internal boards and everything that are being worked on, so that people will just be like, all right, we're just gonna hang out and take the ride for a little bit.
Speaking of which, when is that? Let's get like the logistics out.
Friday at 3.
So, with Valhalla, when's that happen?
Friday, 3 p.m. There's going to be an announcement created tomorrow, because today you are going to get pinged in the all announcements channel to be able to vote for your community leaders. It's a straw poll, so you can nominate up to 3 people, and then we take people after that, and there will be
Vote for
an
Rick.
actual poll next week after the straw poll.
All right.
IGN is
rock
on the mountain.
Thanks, Weird Goatee. Thanks for kind of taking the lead on that. I'm really excited about this. I've been waiting for this, and I think it's going to bear fruit in this community.
And last thing also, there is a Ghost Card tournament happening this Friday at 3 p.m. as well. It is the very first Gladiator Ghost Card tournament. Go check it out. It's going to be a gold level, so you're going to be playing with gladiators at gold level that most people have never experienced before. 3 p.m. Go hang out.
Sounds pretty fun. All right, rock on. Thanks, Weird Beard. Let's go bring on Nate. I know that some folks want to get I know some folks want to get some eye candy and just kind of hear what's happening with the with like creative in general and just what we're doing over there.
Vote
So,
no one. You don't want a community manager?
Give me something. You know, some of the players are like, "You guys talk too long." You know, maybe that's Mumpoles or somebody else. You guys are rambling and it's terrible. Just show us stuff. So let's show them some stuff, Nate.
How much time you want to spend on creative?
I don't know, 10, 15 minutes.
All right. So, I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, we do town halls are for talking. I would say that, you know, a good portion of creative, actually, it's pretty much fueled and driven by the design, not the art. So, a lot of people, you know, don't realize what it is that creative does. Creative, basically, it's mostly designers, not necessarily artists. Even our artists are kind of designers in a way. To the point to where I think it's the closest our company currently has.
Vote number 1. Gotcha.
UX design right now kind of like determines how should things work. Usually we get a task,
thank you for that.
and it says, hey, make this, make that. And we kind of plan the scope of like, what does this entail? How should it work? If you click that button, you go here. And if you click that button, it goes there. And there's a lot of that involved. And as we break down the design of overall how things should work, then we get into like, okay, well, now we need art and copy and animations and, you know, what text goes what and this, that, and the other. And so we're kind of like, even though we start at a very abstract level with the design of it all, we then get into like, okay, now what is it going to take to pull this off? At which point we you know, it's off to the races.
We
and
should
we run
go
off
collect
these
our
assembly
daily
lines,
chip.
if you want to call them that, for which we need a whole bunch of runway to kind of like pump all this stuff, put it all together. So in line with what was just previously discussed with Weirdbeard, I would say that as we discuss these proposals and what everyone wants to think and how this stuff is, I would I'm probably going to encourage the design team to like get more involved in those discussions and like, hey, be present and and offer up advice and things that we could do all together collectively. So as Weird host these events and these talks and these conversations, I want to make sure that people are not just looking at the technical aspects, the economics of it all. Like, hey, it would be cool to do this or cool to do that. Typically, what happens is just these technical discussions happen, and then what we turn around and they become proposals, they become blog posts. People vote on them, and eventually, it falls into the UX design lap. At which point, we look at that and we say, "Well, crap, this doesn't make sense. We could achieve the same thing in a more optimized fashion if we just kind of took this out, put this in, rearrange this, and then we did it this way instead." But at that point, it's too late. It's already been voted on. We're doing it this way, and then we end up possibly with a design that maybe we don't want. That's not
Start feeling
ideal
up
for maybe a non-crypto enthusiast who's not that involved with the crypto tokenomics, or they don't know anything about blockchain, and we're throwing this very overly technical layer to the game unnecessarily. And so those are things that a lot of people got to keep in mind when it comes to design, which is a big part of what creative does. But I understand that, hey, what people want to see is some eye candy. So let me see. The most recent proposal was dark energy crystal batteries. So for those of you guys kind of want to see kind of like the current iteration of that, the graphic, we were looking at some different options, but I think we're probably going to end up with something like that. So now you guys have an idea of like, hey, you guys had this idea. It went through the ringer, it got voted on, and now you're actually going to see like, hey, it's happening. Like, in fact, here's a UI concept. Subject to change, just like I always say, but you can see it happening. Like, what your guys' ideas are becoming a reality. That's always been the case. It's always been the case where
still wish it wasn't, but whatever. I mean, they look cool.
We integrate them, but this is like, this is more clearly
kind of
defined. Like, hey, and
I
so
still
it's exciting to see.
I mean, even aside from the mechanics of it and whatnot, I hate the idea of a DEC battery. Like, just batteries are not powered by crystals. Like, they're powered by metals and acids. So like, that's just the concept of it, the name of it. Like, I hated everything about that proposal. Like, not even just the mechanics and the way that it is, smoke and mirrors applied to the tokenomics of DEC and whatnot, but the name, the concept, every single bit of it. But
the conversations that continue to
moving
happen
on.
and planning things out and how to make them a reality. So dark energy crystal batteries are on the way. What I just shared was, subject to change, and clearly there's some things missing from that UI. I think the proposals tab is missing. There's some things that still need to be tinkered with, but ultimately we're working on it, and hopefully in the next few weeks you guys will see it implemented in the website, and bam, it'll be there, and you'll be able to point at that and say, crap, we did that. Like, it's kind of like how we allow winners of certain promotions to design their own legendary summoner. It's like they can point in the game and say, wow, we helped make that happen. There's so much about this game that is like that. That's really exciting to see. Trying to see what else we could share here. Well, I mean, the big one is the Soulbound reward cards. That's what's coming pretty darn quickly. So,
and I just want to mention with that, the older, or the like current reward cards are going immediately out of print when these Soulbound ones come in. So if you're not paying attention to this, the Soulbound reward cards are coming soon, and all of the old ones, no matter if they're like at their print limit or not, they are all.
And this
going
is
out of
why
print.
prices
So
jumped.
just putting
I
that
expect
out there.
that to continue
Reminding
to
the
happen.
people.
Not financial
there
advice,
is
but
a
now
pending blog
might
post,
be a good time to look at picking
that's
up
gonna have a lot more details
any of
than
the
what
reward
Vegas
cards
just
that are
said.
currently in
And,
print.
No, it's
Oh yeah,
gonna be
I
great.
bought
I think one of
some
the big
before
points on that
the
blog
shit
post
really
is
hit the
going to
fan,
be the
but
fact that there's going to be. I
yeah,
don't know if we've discussed how many
that's what I was just
reward
saying.
cards
Actually,
are
good
in the
timing,
game.
Techie.
I mean, I don't know if we've discussed that, but there's going to be like over 40 fours here. It's like a whole
And
thing.
that is, oh, I'm so frustrated by that. How many times did we talk about we need to have smaller runs of these fucking reward cards if they're going to be soulbound. Nobody is going to be able to max out a goddamn thing when they're dropping 40 fucking soulbound reward cards at once. Like, it's going to be fucking years before anybody has maxed out fucking anything. And it's fucking bullshit. Like, 40. And he's super excited about it. Like, oh, it's cool that we get that many new cards, but when you actually fucking put any fucking thought into it whatsoever, that is just fucking the players. Means we are not going to be able to play any of these cards at level forever. And I'm not happy about that.
It's like a whole new set or something. It's like, wow, it's gonna drastically change how you play the game, potentially.
I mean, it's something that has been put forward a number of times, but has basically been shot down from what I've heard every single time. Like, I've heard a number of good options for how we could go about it, but I've heard nothing from the team in favor of any of it. So, as far as I know, you're still going to be opening your fucking chests and using fucking and yeah, Matt was even saying you're going to be opening your chests and using fucking potions. So that leads me to believe that it's the farthest thing from mintable or choosable or whatnot. It's going to take fucking potions opening your goddamn chests. And so nobody is getting anything to max level for months.
And so what's interesting about this is the fact that these are soulbound reward cards. So typically, a lot of times what happens is you see this new meta play out at the higher leagues in whole new ways, but really it's going to work itself slowly up from the lower leagues and move upward, which is interesting. I think that is very interesting. So I can't wait to see what happens, because this is definitely going to be a different sort of gameplay across starting with the lower leagues and working their way up as people start to merge these cards together, and we see how it affects Diamond and Champion leagues later on down the road. But it's the lower leagues that will be ahead of the game, so to speak. They would have had a lot of practice in these new moves and this new meta and these new abilities and stuff before the Diamond and Champion players potentially. So that's interesting to me. So also in regards to that, let's see what we got here. Let's celebrate with this. I took the blog post graphic that we were going to share. Well, you know what? I won't share that. You know what's more exciting is let me go into. I'm trying to remember what characters I shared in previous town halls. Did I share this Minotaur looking guy, a Dryborn Barbarian? I might have a few weeks ago, but I don't remember.
I think you showed me. I remember seeing a Minotaur.
Okay, so just real quick, a quick recap of previous town halls. That's what I guess I shared several weeks ago. This is what I shared more recently. I think last town hall I shared.
I think that
one.
it's there's going to be a hell of a
So
shakeup, to be sure.
For those people who haven't
We'll
seen
see.
those yet.
I mean, I agree. Wait and see. We don't really have an option
that
other than wait and see. But
really
there's
Oh,
a
and then
number
for
of
those
things that
you
I'm
who
not super
remember,
stoked about with
one
all
of
of
the
this.
airdrops was going to be this death dragon, and then we said, you know what? We're not going to use that artwork. We'll replace them with the frail necromancer who became this low level.
Oh, this fucking dragon
No,
looks
what's that?
awesome. This fucking dragon looks
I thought we could have
amazing.
seen that Minotaur before.
I'm
But whatever.
stoked about
Keep
that.
going, Nate.
Okay, and then and so we ended up using it for the reward cards. So Kane Hayes is what replaced this artwork before, and now we're going to actually use it. So for those of you who hadn't been around at the time to discuss this potential airdrop, which is now a reward card character. I'll share that old wallpaper so that people can be like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. And that guy should be cool. I don't have all the stats, but I think that guy right there.
This dragon looks
flying,
amazing.
Bloodlust, oppress, heal. It's like
Flying, bloodlust, oppress, and heal. That's so fucking crazy right there. Bloodlust and oppress. Like bloodlust with a double damage modifier. Oh, that's amazing. And then flying and heal, flying and bloodlust. So the 25% miss chance plus you're gaining speed every time you kill something. Like, this dude is gonna be... Oh, yeah, I'm betting that it's gonna start lower. But still, the fact that you can increase it like that, and then, I mean, you know, swiftness. Although if he's in death, and death's probably not gonna get a plus speed summoner, but if death gets a minus speed summoner, which is something that we have been talking about, like that's been getting a lot of chatter in the community, is that the next, because the next Chaos Legion Legendary airdrop is the Death Summoner, and like -2 speed is definitely something that's been bandied about by a lot of people, myself including. But yeah, so I don't like +1 speed. I would much rather -2 than +1. Both in terms of, you know, it fits what death typically is better, and also because we don't have a -2 speed, I feel like it would, you know, work to kind of directly counter our +2 speeds. Although technically, yes, +1 is better than -1, but still. But no, we do have swiftnesses in death. Lyra's got swiftness. And you still got... Yeah, exactly. It would be the first -2 speed summoner, which I think would belong in death. Like, death is the perfect spot for that to be introduced. So, yeah, +1, -1, -2, somewhere around there. I definitely would not expect a +2. But even if it's a +1 or a -2, with Lyra giving swiftness and Supply Runner giving swiftness, and you've got slows as well, like, it could still be fucking beast mode. It could still be fucking beast mode. Plus, he looks badass. I definitely want to max this motherfucker.
This massive, beastly, like 10 mana character, right? So that card should be fun to play, and I love death. That's probably my favorite element, so I can't wait to play with that particular character.
Every time I see this, I think it like Voltron Force is about to come together to defeat it.
Let's see what else I got.
I love having two screens now. I can just move tabs back and forth.
This guy is, I think he's Earth. Yeah, he's Earth. Clearly, you can tell by looking at him, but I wanted to confirm that. So this guy's fun. Like, I just like the way he looks. I like the style to him, the way the artist portrayed him. So I'll share this one just because I like him. So that guy is called the Madcap.
No, it's not the new Death Legendary. It's one of the Soulbound reward cards. This is all Soulbound reward cards.
That guy. He's a lower mana card, like 4 mana, but he's magic. But he has a whole bunch of abilities like Scattershot, Life Leech, Affliction, Dispel. He has like all these abilities for only 4 mana. So I think that he's going to be fun, not just because of the way he looks, but because he has a lot of...
Yeah, same thing. All of these cards that he's showing right now are all Soulbound reward cards.
First approach at stats on the rewards cards?
Well, you know, I have spreadsheets, so I'm kind of like eyeballing the spreadsheet and knowing full well that once it hits the QA server, that chances are they might tinker with it some more, bring Mavs in, and they'll start playing, and then we might make more adjustments. So I'm hesitant to So either way, I'm trying to give you guys an idea as I eyeball a spreadsheet.
But that said, we got to get these things out quick.
Oh my god, that as a summoner would have been insane. Flying, Bloodlust, Oppress, and Heal on a summoner? Ah! I mean, it will probably be legendary. But it's not the airdrop, no. God, that would be the most insane summoner ever. Hell, even Bloodlust has a summoner ability. Just like, nope. Nope.
Right? Like, rewards cards are ending their print run, so we gotta actually get these things out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we talk about, you know what, this guy in particular, like, a lot of you guys may notice I don't share animations that much anymore. And I think I mentioned this on a previous town hall that I haven't been sharing animations because I'm just waiting as we get closer and closer to when we're
Summoner with
ready to
Bloodlust is
implement
broken.
animations of the game.
Absolutely.
But as you notice in that roadmap, part of that roadmap was it just says cosmetics. Like, was it like Q3 or something? And to me, cosmetics means more than what people are probably thinking of when they think cosmetics. I'm thinking all kinds of crazy stuff, right? I mentioned in previous town halls, I'm thinking like player housing and changing the paint on the wall and the flooring, and I'm thinking battle mage avatars and customizing the look of your guy and cosmetics with that. I'm also thinking about how skins could be applied to the current characters, and I've shared that before, is how skins can be utilized. But I'm thinking skins could be so much more than just, hey, let's change the way it looks a little bit. It could be, well, animations can be skins, like maybe someone who wants to like throw more vouchers or more whatever at something, they get more animation than maybe another person, or sound effects or voiceovers or all the stuff that'll eventually lead to a Battles 2.0 experience. Like, how can we, I know that Marvel Snap does, stuff like that, where you play this game and boom, you have totally different appearances or different animations. The cards have different animations or this, that, and the other. We can add more customizability so that the players get to say, look, this is me. I identify and want to be perceived this way, and empower them to do so. And whether that gets funneled through the battle pass system, or whether that gets funneled through an achievement system, or whether that ends up in loot chests or a voucher store, or any numerous ways that we could create new syncs within the ecosystem. Whatever, it's just fun to be able to know that that's happening, that's coming down the road, right? And so with that in mind, here I'll share. This guy was animated really cool. I like the way the animation looks. So I'll share an animation, even though I don't normally show animations anymore. So here is an animation for the Madcap Magus, which I think is pretty cool. I like the way he is in there. So he kind of like has that little cool movement going on. That's his idle animation.
Yeah,
and for those of you guys who don't remember me talking about animations, the idea here is that as we produce new characters, we actually produce four versions of the character, if you can believe it. We create an idle version, and then an idle skin version, and then an attack version, and attack skin version. So basically the creative pipeline is preparing the way for all this cool stuff that's going to hopefully happen in Q3. So I'm just whetting your appetites a little bit. And as we near Creative's 15-minute mark, let me you know what? I've been holding on to this, Aggie. You asked for this a while back, and we're finally going to hopefully deliver. You asked for a llama tour.
Nice.
So we are going.
This dude looks fucking incredible.
The narrative team. So Joey and Cal Jericho were like, "Let's do this upright. Let's."
Also, there's something that there's been a lot of talk about bandied about. He's gonna mention this. This is one of. Actually, no, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm gonna let y'all listen and see if you pick up what I picked up from this. This is actually one of my biggest takeaways from this town.
Or if you're chatter, it might be a lama.
There you go, a lama tour. So here is his name is Eternin Brune, and I know not everyone is all into lore, but Dan, Cal Jericho did such a great job in the lore here. I want to give you an idea of what this guy is. Eternan Brune is the warlord leader of the Drybone Anarchists, a tribalist faction that controls the Drybone Badlands in the wild northeast of Praetoria. His people see him as some kind of god and will follow his every word with blind obedience. And then the background of this character just goes on, and of course you got a story.
I'm actually going to let it play. Well, I'll be right
but
back.
We try to not just say, let's just make a quick character. No, this guy's going to be pivotal, and he's going to be a fire summoner, so he's going to have that cool conscript ability. I think pretentively, the intention is to make it so that he also takes away armor from the enemy team. So here in all his llama glory, Eternan Brune.
Nice.
And just to celebrate, again, I am going to be very conservative with how many skins and animations I share in the future until we get closer to quarter 3. Because I don't want to just drop everything and then everyone's underwhelmed when quarter 3 runs around. But for this guy, hey, here is his here's his skin, his alternate skin. So you can kind of see both.
He's like a Scottish Lamator. Because that thing has kind of like it's got like a little bit of a kilt feel to me.
Yeah.
Look a lot of, I think you have to back away.
And then just to finally celebrate the reward cards in general, I will finally go back to loop it all around to where I started with the blog post graphic that we created, which I think posts tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I tweaked it a little bit so it'll be a wallpaper. So here, for those of you who want to celebrate along with us, the idea of these rebels without a cause, because that's kind of the theme for these guys. The Praetoria and the rest of the world has been conquered by the Legion. There's now this Chaos Empire. And
All right, so did you catch it? No, I don't think he's actually going to be an upgraded llama. I think that Scarred Llama is still going to be far superior to this guy. But he is going to be a summoner, and he is fire, and he's got conscript. Verifying that we're going to have... Oh, yeah, no, the artwork is definitely pretty sick. Verifying that he is, in fact, going to... Well, it's going to be a cycle of summoners with conscript. So it's not going to be a neutral, and it's not just going to be a dragon. It means that we are going to be getting 5 summoners with conscript. They didn't actually confirm any of that. But, when they confirmed conscript in the last couple of town halls, it was really a thing that was going about, okay, well, is that going to be, one? Is it going to be a neutral or a dragon? Or is it going to be every splinter getting conscript? And so, obviously, it's got to be every splinter, because otherwise it's just not fair. If Fire has one, especially Fire. If Fire has one and any other fucking splinter doesn't, then that's just broken. Because that means Fire can play 3. I disagree. I mean, Lux is great because of her versatility, but Lux as a summoner is not honestly all that great. Like, yeah, you can play Lux in almost every circumstance, but there's still some where you can't. And, well, there's still one where you can't. And, I mean, honestly, she's not that great for 5 mana because her strength is in being able to play it. Oh, no, there will be another neutral summoner. Like, I 100% agree with that. Or I 100% believe that. And I'm glad that it's not right now. It would be upsetting to a lot of players if they came out with another neutral summoner so quickly after Lux. But if the game is still around in 5 years, Lux will not be the only neutral summoner. Yeah, I'm glad that it's not right now. Honestly, I was figuring it was going to be a dragon. Like, I was absolutely thinking, a single dragon summoner with conscript was going to be how they were going to go about it. But yeah, this is the fact that it's going to be 7 or it's going to be 5. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that because again, they're fucking soulbound reward cards. You did not hear that because I don't even know what mudkips are. But what's up, Jim? Welcome, welcome. So verified conscript is going to be on Splinter Summoners. This is, don't ask me to repeat his name, but this is the Lamator, and he is going to be a soulbound reward card summoner with conscript, and he is in fire, obviously, based on his whip. This is the alternate skin version of him, and
in
back to
the
it.
wake of that oppression, there exist these Praetorians, these people spread throughout Praetoria who maybe didn't even fight in the war. Maybe they're just
that's the original
trying
version.
to keep their head under, and they're trying to just live their lives. But yet, under this impressive rule of Silas and the rest of the empire, they're kind of like becoming disgruntled. They're finally realizing that, hey, we don't like this, and maybe we're gonna like start partnering up with the Rift Watchers to figure out what can we do about this. And so in celebration of that is kind of like the overall theme, and there is a wallpaper for you guys to kind of like enjoy some of the characters, and some of those have the attack poses, so you'll realize that if for those of you with a keen eye, you'll see the cards and you say, they look different than on the card. That's because those are I threw some of the attack poses on that wallpaper. Okay, so there you go. There's creative. Hopefully I share enough eye candy to appease everybody.
Yeah.
No such thing as enough eye candy to appease everybody.
All right. I think that's it for some of like the team presentations. I guess I gotta go do Splinterlands TV, and then after that, we only have like one page of questions. So, hey, Mr. Ron, are you there?
I'm glad that you're here now, though, Jim.
Chief Clown Enforcement Officer.
Because something funny is about
Chief
to happen.
Reporting in.
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, it's going great, guys.
All right. We have this thing called Splinterlands TV. I think everybody here is familiar, but do you just we don't always do like a quick intro on what it is. Do you just want to like tell us what Splinterlands TV is?
Absolutely. Here just recently, we are now officially a 24/7 broadcast network that does nothing but Splinterlands. And you think maybe that would be a little bit too much Splinterlands, but it really isn't, because of how, as you guys all know, how.
I liked how he was like, and it's something I can actually pronounce this time.
Of over 60 streamers, just really dedicated community members, and over half a dozen languages, hosts from all around the world, bringing their perspectives and their strategy, gameplay, giveaways, and just so much more. There's never a dull moment. You guys should definitely check it out. If you haven't, you're totally missing out.
Now, in the future, if we wanted to take that kind of approach, but make it, news content or other game content or other types of content than just Splinterlands, is that something that we could broaden our horizon with that same kind of tech stack?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. This is it's flexible. You just make the schedule, you make the content, and that would be just more of like a protocol issue rather than any kind of software issue. Software's there.
Nice. I'd really like to see this kind of expanded out for various types of content. So, today it's 24/7 for Splinterlands, and in the next bull market, I hope that we are putting out all kinds of content, and that we are not just a Splinterlands media company, but really like an across-the-board media company. I'm excited by what you put together, Ron.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, this right here is it's a proven system, and it's just, instead of hiring, hey guys, I'm hiring you to be a Splinterlands streamer, I'm hiring you to be a X streamer, and it'd be.
I don't want to be an X streamer though.
Then what about
I like being
how
a
would
current
we
streamer.
host content in different ways? Like if we wanted to do newscasting, we wanted, Splinterlands to have some sort of like, maybe we start with gamer news, and we start with like, what's going on in Web3 gaming, or maybe some of Web2 gaming.
As soon as I heard all of this, I messaged Rondon like, hey, if you start another channel,
TV,
I want in.
Would it be on a different account? What would that look like?
Well, if it was only Splinterlands news, then it would be on Splinterlands TV. But or if it was like mostly Splinterlands news at least. But if we're
No,
moving the
no, you
branch
did
out and
not.
really being
That's
all
hilarious.
inclusive of all games, then it probably wouldn't be a good fit for Splinterlands TV. Yeah, so you'd have to probably make a new one just to do
You
something like
guys,
that. But
if you
what?
haven't already
I think there's
voted for
enough
your
gaming content
community
out there
guys
and enough news and different things that are
for the
happening
straw poll,
where
please put
something
me on
like
that
that could
list.
actually it could be like the CNN or the whatever of gaming news, just 24/7 news. Now, in order to do it in the Splinterlands format, it would probably need a different approach as far as like how we get the streamers. But you know, that would be that would be just something that we
Thank
could
you,
do.
thank you.
All right.
IGN on the
Well,
mountain.
these are bull market dreams that the media reach now that we have sort of a game plan, and it's all specific to Splinterlands. But let's see what we could do that's not just Splinterlands. Use this same tech stack and get more content out there. So that's,
And
that's
I think
the
this is
dream.
a really underutilized kind of format. I mean, right now, people traditionally TV channels, you'd switch to a TV channel and it has, 24 hours of content or mostly 24 hours of content, and that used to be the normal. Now you have like different channels that are live maybe 2 hours a day or maybe 2 hours a week, and it's like, okay, well, is that person live or not? I don't know. Um, but with Splinterlands TV and different things that could be quite similar to that, you would know that they're always live. You would know that anytime that you decide, oh, hey, I wonder what's happening over there, you could tune in and catch something live. And I think that this is actually something that, I mean, I know why people aren't doing it, and it's because it's not an easy thing to do. They, the problems that we've had to overcome in order to make this happen, the different the challenges have been, there's not been any shortage of challenges to make this happen. But, now we've kind of got it figured out. We've been doing this now for almost a year. I believe the first week of March of last year was when we started actually doing this. And it was March 20th of last year, the same birthday as Hive, that we actually went official and we got out of beta testing and it was all announced and everything. So, we're close to a year on this, and now we are truly 24/7. Now we do have very regular scheduling without any kind of interruptions and stuff, and it's really come together.
I mean, could we have like a nightly news kind of thing? I mean, how hard do you think that would be? Some of this comes down to like the production, right? It would be like, how do you can like a normal dude out of their home computer put together something that looks like a news broadcast?
Oh, yeah, that just comes down to, I mean, like OBS, the free software that everybody here could just go download for free right now. Um, at its very simplest, can do very simple looking streams. But once you really start getting into the underlying features of it, it can do absolutely insane, complex, like TV broadcast quality streams, and and everything in between. So it just depends on the equipment, the skill level, and the dedication for someone to do something like that.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I look forward. These are not the like next priority of the business. The next priority of the business is making sure that we get out of the bear market, that we get our core development done. But if we start having like a little bit of wiggle room as a business, and if we get into any kind of like serious bull market, you can bet your ass that Ron and the entire Splinterlands TV, that tool that we've built is actually like a pretty good media tool. And I think things like Joe Rogan and Timcast and the other blogs and podcasts that are out there show that there's like a hunger for this. And if we could start getting different channels spun up for gaming news, real news, other types of things, if we can build an audience that way, it's a way that you can kind of like point people back to our experience, our existence. You point them to the other channels, you point them back to Splinterlands, if you can get advertisement where other people want to like get the name of their game out. They might have to come to us and ask us for, can you help get this out there? And I feel like, there's we can get the media out that there's tools and things that we can do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe even just kind of sublet this technology stack. Like license it out and then let the other people figure out how they want to fill the hours and stuff, and just basically offer the software as a service kind of thing.
Potential as well. All right, so that's all like a little theoretical. I guess that was a little down the road there. Let's hop into the play of the week, and let's see what the.
Well, we do have one town hall shout out this week. If you want to,
you did send that to me. Let me go find that real quick. It is. I remember it being somebody I could pronounce. Yeah, it's Rick on the Mountain. Nice job, Rick on the Mountain. Thanks for watching so much Splinterlands TV.
He's also one of our streamers. Go check him out. But first, we need to. I'm going to cover Napoon. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. I think he's kind of like one of the undiscovered gems of Splinterlands TV.
Hardly undiscovered.
I mean, the guy is an incredible player. I believe he won second place, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong.
Incredible player.
He won second place in both of the tournaments at Splinterfest.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, and he's just consistently just dominating people on his streams. He has this whole thing where you challenge
every
him
bit counts, man, especially when they're close.
And then it usually works out in his favor. I'll put it
like
that way.
Play to lose than play to win, play to earn.
But you know what? It's a lot of fun. A lot of people have, there's a lot of ups and downs and frustrations and joys. And I mean, when you do actually beat them, you feel like you accomplished something. But here's his, just so you know what you're getting into. Here's a clip to give you an idea.
I have no time. Okay. Oh, no have Kitty. I think Jace versus Kitty. Very strong.
When is he streaming?
He streams very early on Friday mornings U.S. time, and then Sunday afternoon. And of course, you can check out the whole schedule over on Splinterlands.tv. There you go.
Boom! 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 Oh, those are the best games ever. Oh, I love that rule set.
Very strong! Stampede Magna!
That's amazing.
Just fucking wrecked.
That's amazing.
Yes.
One more time.
Thanks for watching so much Splinterlands TV.
You're welcome.
He's also one of our streamers. Go check him out. But first, we need to. I'm going to cover Napoon. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. I think he's kind of like one of the undiscovered gems of Splinterlands TV. I mean, the guy is an incredible player. I believe he won second place, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He won second place in both of the tournaments at Splinterfest.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, and he's just consistently just dominating people on his streams. He has this whole thing where you challenge him on his stream, and then you get to play him, and then it usually works out in his favor. I'll put it
like
that way.
Play to lose than play to win, play to earn.
But you know what? It's a lot of fun. A lot of people have, there's a lot of ups and downs and frustrations and joys. And I mean, when you do actually beat them, you feel like you accomplished something. But here's his, just so you know what you're getting into. Here's a clip to give you an idea.
I have no time. Okay. Oh, no have Kitty. I think Jace versus Kitty. Very strong.
When is he streaming?
He streams very early on Friday mornings U.S. time, and then Sunday afternoon. And of course, you can check out the whole schedule over on Splinterlands.tv. There you go.
Boom! 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 Oh, those are the best games ever. Oh, I love that rule set.
Yikes. Yeah, that's
Stampede Magna. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yes. So that's a little taste of Schnapoon's playing abilities. I mean, you guys go check it out for yourself. See if I'm misconstruing this in any way.
All right. Well, rock on. I
Speaking of
appreciate
playing,
you
let's get back
kinda,
into battle.
putting that whole thing together. And
Hey Jim, I'm actually in
stoked
Brawls
that we
this
have
time.
24/7 streaming, and I don't know. My dream is
A rule set? Holy shit!
Like a media company, and I feel like with the tech that we've created, we could get news out, both gaming news and other types of news, and we can have a voice, and then use that voice to direct people to things that we think are cool. So I'm excited for this. Thanks, Ron. You did something pretty awesome here.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Let's I don't know. We can either bring back the full team or just me. This is good. All right. So we got the Splinterlands Town Hall pre-sorted questions. Maybe we can show those.
Oh fuck! You don't have fucking fuck.
Discord somewhere. And there's not many, which is part of why I went to 11:30 with this. But let me plow through some of these. Is there an idea of how much SPS staking will be equivalent to current CP requirements for leagues when the switch is made as per the roadmap? I haven't seen numbers there, but one of the big things is that we need to get delegation out first, so that whatever it is, it's actually pretty affordable. So it's not like, oh, you have to go buy 1 million SPS. You could delegate 1 million SPS, which would be like infinitely more affordable. Does unstaking SPS count towards voting on the community-led pre-proposals? I don't think it should. I think that the way that Splinterlands does it is that if you are powering down, that stuff does not count towards your votes. But I would need Matt or a dev to confirm that. Soulbound cards. I heard an idea from the community that to mint unlock the Soulbound cards.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to learn some more about that.
An amazing idea to put real value to the card itself, and I don't think we need to wait until the supply ends. Please consider. So what I'm advocating for, and what Matt's advocating for one thing, and I'm advocating for another. Matt's saying, hey, look, we think it's really important that there's no way to get these other than by playing. So we want it during the time that those sold-out reward cards are live in their edition, that there's no other way to get them than by playing. You can't buy them, you can't rent them, you can't transfer them. It's just, they're soul-bound. But then when they go out of print, what I think would be really awesome is that, they come with 0 deck burn, but in order to make them transferable, you have to put DEC into them. You have to stake DEC on the cards, and that's what would make them transferable and all that, but only after the print run is over. And then there would be like a new set of soulbound reward cards. So it's this neat mix of like, oh, if you want these things, you actually have to be in this and participating, and then if you want to be able to transfer them,
that is actually something that was put forth in the questions. Kind of,
because the cards were free to you. I think that's like a really neat compromise and position. Land. When will the land potion be sold? And how many DEC is the selling price? Is it true that 10 plots equal 1 track? So it's 100 plots equal a track. It's not 1. There's not an official paper out that says this is how much DEC it's going to sell for. And then when will the land potion be sold? I think there's still some debate.
What's good, Ski?
But we'll see. I mean, I think that the land is meant to be out in Q1, and I think that like most of the development is done by the end of February. So maybe by early March we actually get this stuff out there. But so we're only in January, so we have something like 6 weeks to 8 weeks before we have to make decisions on these things, and we tend to make them much closer. So I can't tell you the answer just yet. Lux Vega is pretty clearly
maybe not actually.
The founder's statement that no single card will be useful in all situations. So when nerfed, according to the rule of Malric versus Delwyn, Lux should cost at least 7, maybe 8 mana to play. That's more of a Matt question. Because that's pretty specific. I also don't remember no single card will be useful in all situations. I think you want it where there's like some that are maximum, some that are not, and there's neutral cards that are like pretty handy in all circumstances. So I'm not sure that I agree with there's none that should be useful in all situations. I'd be interested in where that quote came from. But I'm going to let Matt answer that, so maybe we can put this on the next list of questions too when he comes back. When the batteries proposal passing, when can we expect it to be added to the game, and what will be available for it to be used on when it is added to the game? So it should be added soon. It'll be either in January or February. Will the sale just be added and no way to spend it, or will we be able to spend it right away? I don't know if we're going to allow it to be spent on potions or not. My guess is no, that it's like a future thing, but
You'll still be able to spend it right away. Guild buildings.
with HBD as a stable coin within the game, considering that it's already pegged and has strong mechanics behind it. You can't use HBD as itself in this kind of stuff. So this is a little bit technical, but we don't have the keys to HBD. And technically, we don't have the keys to DEC either, because those are your account keys as well. But DEC is sort of like a smart contract where if you spend DEC and you put up something for list for sale, and we can allow all these things to transact, and there's smart contracts for that. And even if you didn't when you sign it, that's when you've shared your key or kind of put your key towards it. But with HBD, it's not a smart contract like that. So there's no way for me to force the system to sell your card using HBD. So maybe something like a swap.hbd or a pegged HBD or a wrapped HBD. But, I don't think that that's actually a significantly stronger piece to us. And DEC is a really important part of our economy. The whole point is get that damn thing up to peg. Once it's up to peg, there's a whole mechanic that people can burn SBS to get DEC, and that's a driving force for why people will want SBS and DEC, and we can't do that with HBD either. So I guess the short answer is no. Reward cards. What will happen to current reward cards that have not reached their print run when soulbound reward cards are introduced? They're toast, or we're going to kill the end of the print run.
Oh yeah, Jim, have you seen card prices today? Particularly reward cards, particularly the last issuance of reward cards, particularly the legendaries, i.e. Jared Scar, Countess Sanash, and Venator Kencho.
This is to create a skin and or other sellable cosmetics. That's a good question for Nate.
Yeah, sure. I think. Well, I'll answer that question first, but then I'll try to answer what I think the root of the question is, the spirit in which it was written. So the first answer is, right now, currently with the pipeline, we are, for each character we're asked to make, we make, like I said before, we make 2 skins and animations to accommodate those 2 skins, as well as attack animations for future Battles 2.0. So in other words, I would say over the course of 1 week, an artist is able to create
we lose.
Pose, idle pose, attack pose, then another idle and attack pose with the skin version of that character. And after
maybe not.
We have 4 different characters.
If we can kill him,
all layered and prepped and rigged for animation, at which point it's handed off to an animator to go
all right,
ahead
I think
and
we actually got it.
And at the same time, it's handed off to multimedia to add the sound effects or potential voiceover.
Yep.
The person doing the voice acting. So essentially, all contained. Each character has an assortment of different people that touch it along the way, and it takes about maybe about a week combined of different people doing what they got to do in order to output not only this new character, but this character that could participate in Battles 2.0 and also provide skins and things of that nature. So that answers that question, I think. But ultimately, why isn't it already being integrated in the game with each set? Because I would say as early as Untamed, I asked the artists to start doing the artwork differently to prep for animation. So even as far back as Untamed, we have all the artwork prepped and ready to be animated and rigged and all that stuff that we would have to do. And then more currently with the current cards that we're doing in the current pipeline we have, now we're doing all this other stuff. And you're like, Nate, well, you've been doing this since Untamed. How come there's not more in the game already? Well, it's more than just what creative is doing. We have to get all the moving pieces in the company, along with engineering and testing and everything else, all in perfect alignment, where all the stars are in line and we're all running exactly the same direction. And when that happens, then maybe retroactively we can start incorporating some of this stuff that we've already been creating. But going forward, I think we've never been closer. I would say by the time quarter three rolls around, I think all the planning, all the discussion, all the things we got to do to get everything perfectly aligned and running the same direction, I think that'll be where we're finally hit our stride. And we can start then making sure that cosmetics and skins and animations and everything is just part of what we do um, with everything that we introduce in the game. So hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, I've always wanted taunts in this game. I want like Kiara to say something like, "You did great if you were trying to lose," or like other little snippy things after they defeat you.
No,
So
absolutely.
I just feel like those little pieces or little like the summoner's dance or something where it's just like do and they like beat you. Do or some pose or something. I don't know. But
No, I'm totally 100% with you, and that is something we played with on the creative side. Is like, how can we start making stuff like that happen? I think I talked about customizable avatars before. Like, my dream would be when you play a battle, you see you as a battle mage, like who, not the summoner, because the summoner is just someone you're channeling their power, or it's just a card you're using. That's not you. You are not Yoden. You're just playing Yoden's card or using that magic or whatever. You could be represented on the screen, right? And you see your character versus the other player's character. Bam! And then you see, different different stylizations and animations and skins regarding just your character and what hat you're wearing and what you say. Kind of what you just said. You could be like, hey, taunting the other player and everything. And then once you hit the battle screen, you do see, well, what summoner did you choose? And you see that being channeled, almost like a ghostly apparition above your head. And you see all the characters talking and reacting and, oh, that hurt, or, haha, I got you, or all those different back and forth quips. I think it's
all that
really
crap
cool.
to
I'm really excited
and see.
when you talked about.
All right, so that's basically Paper Magic is what we've currently got versus Magic Arena. I don't care. The fucking gameplay is what I'm here for. That's what I care about. All this fucking bells and whistles, sound effects, and animations and whatnot, cool. I'm gonna turn that shit off anyways because my computer's not good enough for it. Like, look at Warsaken, right? I fucking playing Warsaken and my shit won't fucking run unless I turn all of that fucking fancy dancy shit off. All the fucking card animations, all the extra sounds and shit. Gotta turn that shit off. Like, that is not gameplay. It doesn't matter. It's fucking lipstick. Right now, we're dying of cancer. Lipstick is not gonna help. Like, I love Nate's enthusiasm. I love the work he's doing. And fucking our creative team is awesome. But for fuck's sakes, like...
all the things we could do to make battles more engaging, and so that Weird has more fuel to go, empower the marketing engine, because replaying a battle now is cool and fun, and we discuss all the strategy behind what went down. But imagine all this AAA experience stuff that's going on. Like, I can imagine people taking notice and saying, wow, that does look like a lot of fun. I want to do that too. And it's not just about the tokenomics or owning the assets. It's about, that game looks like so much fun. I'm going to play it just for entertainment
I guess
value.
for some
Like,
people
once we
that
reach
does,
level,
yeah.
I think, okay, now we're cooking. So, I'm pretty excited to implement those ideas that you're talking about, Aggie.
rock on. Okay, well, that's the last question. So I guess it's time. You guys get 20 odd minutes of doing the thing. So Daru is opening it up quick. Here's go ahead and ask your questions. Zarya's right there with it. So I'm starting up here with Daru. Question: an alternative to SBS staking league requirements, can't we instead have a penalty and rewards earned equal to SBS net, so that those that extract more than they put in are penalized accordingly, and not those that actually invest? Yeah, I mean, we can start looking at that as we switch out of collection power. We do things like reduce rewards if you don't have enough. So my guess is that I don't know. I don't want to force Matt to do something a certain way, but it would be something like what we do with the cards now, that you can play them at lower levels, but they don't earn the maximum. That would be, I imagine we do the same thing with SPS staking, that you could get some, but you're not going to be able to get all the rewards if you're not staking the max. But also keep in mind, when we get there, players can stake on you, so it might not have to even be your SPS that's on there. When will Roonies be available to be rented out or in, and will it be before Rooney combining? Rooney stuff looks like that's in Q2, so that's my best guess. When will Deck B be available to be spent as soon as it's released? I'm not exactly sure. I don't think so, but possibly in the things that you can burn. Will there be a Splinterfest 2 this year? If so, when and where? We'll see. I would like there to be, if we're out of this bear market for real and we have started this bull market, and we start getting like back into exciting territory.
Ugh, the miss.
$20,000 Bitcoin, while great and certainly better than 15.5, is not the point yet where we have like tons of wiggle room to add, more events. But maybe in like Q4 we might actually figure out how to get Splinterfest back. We'll see. With all reward cards to be terminated or replaced with soulbound reward cards, even the newer release set, or will just the older set be replaced? It's the current cards. We're not like terminating cards, and we're not retroactively changing the things that you have. It's if there's a reward card that's in circulation right now, it'll no longer be printed and put into the rewards. It'll be replaced by a soulbound reward card, and like that.
Oh, my pleasure. Every Monday.
Team think about burning different.
As long as they do the town hall every Monday night / Tuesday morning, my stream is kind of a review of the town hall. So that's what we're here for, and always appreciate you coming and hanging out. How have you been doing?
Splinterlands assets, for example, DEC SBS voucher cards to get bonus and ECR. Maybe kind of soulbound token that can be exchanged whenever the user wants to top up some ECR, especially at season end when the fight is heated up. Yeah, we've looked at stuff like this. I don't know where Matt and the team landed. I think if it's a burn, that's actually kind of fun. And so it's probably a deck burn is my guess. But I don't have an exact answer. Do you have an ETA for when the reward cards are no more printed, will be replaced by soulbound reward cards? No, but it's soon. Will the new reward cards be given in multiple BCX at higher leagues like potions are now? I believe the answer is yes, but we're going to have to wait till the white paper is finalized and put out about the reward cards. Bushwhack is asking, is SBS player staking going live with SBS delegation, or is it coming later? I think those two are slated for the same time, because we won't do player staking without the delegation, but it's possible that at its later. It kind of depends on how tricky that whole thing is to actually put together. And since we're still in Q1 and the development hasn't started, it's kind of too early to share. But if we can get that out, we'll do it. And if it is a monster and it takes longer, it'll take longer. But the main point I'm making is that delegation is a...
Do we have any word on when standard? We win this one. Although it's going to take until we get to turns, but... yeah, because, I love Forsaken. I'm very interested in it and whatnot, but I'm not a fan of Blitz. It's just too RNG. I played a game the other day where I got 2 matches in the entire game because I just kept rolling 2s. And every time I got any cards out, my opponent was able to wipe my board because he kept not rolling 2s. It's super frustrating.
Prerequisite to player staking, because we're not going to make everybody suddenly own 1 million SBS on their own. And I don't know that that's the number. I'm just saying that if you suddenly have to own a lot of SBS, that's not really fair to players. But if you suddenly have to rent a bunch, that's totally different, and that to me is fair game. Especially because we've been saying for months now that that's what we're going to. Will season rentals have separate market listings, or will players be able to list cards with both a daily rental price and a season rental price simultaneously? Anybody know the specifics on that on the call here?
No idea. I think it's been discussed for both, but again, I think that's a Matt decision that's still being made.
Yeah,
Can't wait to rent out my SPS. Amen to that.
At level, it's too hard to make it so that you would like list two prices, one for your season and one for your daily. But we'll see what they do. Will group editions by set be available for tournaments and brawls same time, and will they have at least a 2-week announcement first?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to have a heads up for it. It's probably going to be like mid-February right now, but the day that we finally have like an actual announcement date for it, people are going to know ahead of time.
Do you think it's going live for ranked tournaments and brawls all at the same time?
I don't think so. I just know that like the main scope of it has been tournaments and brawls, so I believe that will come first.
Okay. Any chance we'll see weather immunities with certain cards' effectiveness for resource gathering on land, like GLG will have? We're still a little bit too early for me to answer that question. Generally we like to do as many different weird kinds of things of like, you have this problem and it can only be solved by this, unless that because of this, and like we like those kind of
we got
weird,
because we can't miss, and you can't
affects you unless that. So
got a little more now. Of course you do.
Like weather immunity falls within the kind of things that we like, but
blitz pay to earn mechanics and lots of upgrades in the functionality and gameplay. And next standard comes after that.
Lies within Splinterlands TV.
All right, can you tell me more about blitz pay to earn mechanics? I am all of a sudden much more intrigued. And of course you got more SPS now, Jim. That's what you do. What are you up to now? You ridiculous fucker, you.
Success. Not only does its success bring in new viewers and players, but also has the potential to open up doors for sponsorships and brand deals. What are your thoughts on adding a dedicated soulbound reward card to the channel point redemption list? It draws some massive numbers to the stream, making it more likely to be recommended, show up higher on browsing tab, and drawing in new players. I understand that by law, we can't exchange anything of monetary value as a channel point reward, but if we had soulbound reward cards with zero burn now, it would fit the bill. Seems like a win-win with a positive ROI.
Nice. Way to go, my friend. Way to go.
That's like a whole different problem and needs to be an epic and needs to get shoved through the system. But I also think Splinterlands TV has a ton of potential. And the tech stack that we built is really like flexible. It doesn't have to just be Splinterlands TV. It could be cooking, cleaning, outdoorsmanship. It could be, parenting. It can be all kinds of different content. So who knows? I'd like to see lots of that happen. And then I don't know what it looks like when it's all done that way. But now my brain is spinning. That question that way just made my brain hurt. I gotta ponder this, but I like this. I like where you're going, Lordo. All right, question: do we have any info? Actually, I gotta write that down. I can't allow this idea to be forgotten. But I got something different. Hold on. And all right. Right. Okay, next up, Moriarty 95. Do we have any info yet on what Guild Alliance buildings will bring to the table, and is there an ETA yet? Plus, will every guild in the Alliance be able to spend DEC crowns on them? So not all that detail is out yet. Some of that is still being kind of like refined. So if you have ideas, I guess
fuck is opportunity
or things that you would like to see, but that's scheduled for Q2. So the refinement is likely happening in Q1. Maybe some art is happening in Q1. But all the like final actual development.
Where in the fuck is opportunity?
Is scheduled for Q2. Chaos, how is the team coming along with optimizations to reduce cost? Well, from the highest point, we're down already something like at least what is that?
There we go.
I can't even do the math. We're at like a 60% or 70% reduction from the all-time high in costs. But we're expecting a lot more, so I don't know. We're down like 40% from last month, so things are going well. Any updates on tower defense? I'm super excited for anything you can give us. The beta for that is supposed to be coming out soon. It might be another sprint or two, but I think in February we should have a beta.
You will
So,
both gain XP from
rather than
playing
just
and
say,
winning,
hey,
which
this
counts
is
towards
what
your daily
is
loot
likely to
acquisition,
happen,
and also
or
wheel
like,
spins
this
will
is
be
what it might
introduced
be
with an
doing.
array
I
of
mean, at
in-game
some point,
items and
I think in
functionality, as well
this
as an
quarter
active
at least,
rewards.
and
Cool.
likely in February,
And do we
we'll
have
actually play.
a date on that or anything
Is there
yet?
a
I'm
fixed
guessing
timeframe
no,
for how
but
long the Soulbound reward cards will be minted? I don't think it works like that. But like you're seeing here, we might just say, okay, all this stuff is going out of print, and here's this new set. It kind of depends on how many players and how we give them out and all that. Is there any specifics on the time of changes being, though, for the league ratings? I don't know what that's in reference to. Do you know what he's asking there, Weirbeard? For league ratings?
what the fuck?
I think that's the Q1 league rating point changes that's on the roadmap. We're talking about looking at I think the reset points for different leagues.
Yeah, it's either that or they're talking about needing to know the amount of SPS that has to be staked to be able to get into the different
Yeah,
leagues.
we lose. Unless we start getting missed.
I don't know.
Which, of course, not.
I'm going to punt that anyways because we don't have I'm not ready to share specifics. And the same with the specifics for being considered for guild alliances. What will the benefits be? We need to get out some kind of high level thoughts on what guild alliances are.
Yeah, you
and
do.
then maybe we'll go collect some feedback on them there too. Why won't the Soulbound reward cards be minimal for DEC?
I mean, I'm
He
not.
has ideas
Fuck.
and integrate them, but this is like
I'm not saying like when, like demanding it now. I'm just asking you like if we have a date, because I'm not like as up on Warsaken as you are. Just saying, man. Just saying.
for where we at right now, given the fact that there are certain reward cards that we're about to go out of.
Rather than the color of their skin. Hopefully you guys do as well. Question, can we look into raising minimum rental costs back to 0.1? It appears that when 2-day rentals came, this limit was removed and some cards are renting way lower. I have mixed feelings about that. I think this can end up being like a player proposal that it's not like the DAO thing. So DEC is not like a DAO token the same way that SBS is and vouchers are. So that's because SBS doesn't have any obligation on the company, whereas the company is always accepting DEC for things. So if we start changing the print rate for that, that's a little bit different. So I don't know. I kind of think that minimum wages don't work, and that it just makes it less likely that people will rent these cards or it'll actually hurt the economy. If the majority of players look and think differently, then maybe it's something that we try. But you guys got to go put together a proposal and see if that works. Are we doing maintenance during the town hall? I don't think that there should be any maintenance today. Harry, do you know of anything going on?
If you scroll down a little bit further, you can see that he got rate limited by trying to buy too many cards at once.
Well, yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, go buy them cards, bro. Buy them cards.
I know. I'm experiencing FOMO while we're in the town hall. Like everyone is leaving a rush and buy cards. I'm like, oh no, I gotta go buy some cards too. Dang it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see about $7,000 of market activity that have happened in the past, I don't know, 20 minutes. So people are buying. People be doing stuff. Okay. Well, that's the end of the questions, and we're pretty close to the end of the town hall.
Got it.
Why don't we call it quits here? I know I got a call that's starting in 2 minutes. So, anyways, look, high level.
They definitely are building something great. Definitely are building something great. I'm excited for Standard, very much so. And yeah, when there is actually some XP to be had, then I'll be a lot more inclined to face the frustration of Blitz. But even still, I'm still playing it and still enjoying it. The cards are beautiful. The system is beautiful, and whatnot. And I'm still doing what I can to acquire more cards. Wish I could get some of them nice ones, but my luck's not that good opening packs. I've pulled squat. I bought one of the elite packs, and I got 2 foils, and that was it. Like, the rest were just regular full arts. And it was like, well, that was a huge fucking waste of 250 wax. I could have bought all of these cards for less than 50.
What happens if we have finally broken this damn bear market and we are back in bull territory? What a freaking dream. How awesome would this be if you guys are here now at the bottom of the bear before the next giant leg up? I just want you to dream about that. I want you to think about that, what that means for you and your family and everybody else. God, and how much fun it'll be. How much fun it'll be to battle and earn and have the tokens be worth more and be able to go like, just bring in the bacon. Bring in that bacon. It should be awesome. So, anyways, I do want to just say thank you to this community. I know it's been really salty. Here, the Wall Street sentiment chart. So I like looking at this thing because I think that there's some real pieces to this. So when I go through this, and I have like this entire community to look at, and that there's like this long anger phase, and all the players are angry. I'm like, oh, well, that seems to go into this Wall Street cheat sheet here that I've seen.
I do love the walls.
Fascinating,
yeah,
very fascinating to me. Now, it doesn't mean anything one way or another. You can't like prove something that one way or the other, but that definitely resonates in my brain. I see all this anger. I'm like, oh. And then I see people saying, oh, this relief isn't going to stick. It's all going to go back down. Everything is going to get crushed. I'm like, oh, start seeing some disbelief. I don't know. I like that sentiment.
A lot
chart.
less PC resource intensive. That sounds good to me too, because I got to turn off all of the bells and whistles in order to be able to play.
Has many things looking like it'll be better than 2022. So I'm personally excited and stoked. I'm grateful to the team members. Thank you, Weirdbeard. Thank you, Nate, and thank you, Investigator. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate the players. You guys are great. Thanks for grinding out the games, and here's to the folks that grabbed those reward cards before everybody else. And I don't know, should be pretty awesome. I appreciate you guys being here, and should be great. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Happy MLK Day.
Chose the exact wrong time to go and end the video there. Yeah, Walk the Grid. You might have heard of some people that have CRS disease. They can't remember shit. I got the more advanced version. It's called Craft. I can't remember any fucking thing. I even forgot that joke. Start off our fucking mission, please, now. Thank you. Oh, wow, it's almost 4 a.m. You know what that means? We can go taco again. Alrighty, Ski. Thank you very much for joining. You have yourself a great night. Catch you next time. Ha! That's how you win with style right there. Suicide at the finish line. Alright, we're halfway done with Flappy Rocket. I said start. Crunch. Crunch. And I hate this one. Techie, are you wanting the job? Like, would you want people to put you in? Walk the grid. Same question to you. And actually, did I hear anything back? No, I did not. The community leader. Is that something that you would be interested in? Because I will absolutely recommend you for it if it's something that you want. I just don't want people wasting their votes. It's the only reason Jim's not on the list. Or is Techie even still here? I don't know. No, I don't. Did you did you vote for yourself?
I see the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone.
I totally did. I totally did.
Okay, I'm rolling it. 22. I'm gonna roll it. Plenty of forewarning. Becky. Hello, Rick on the mountain. How goes it?
Really, Techie? You're not even gonna warn me that he's got a gold rat giveaway going on? Lulz. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and send a raid on into Splinterlands TV here in a moment, as soon as I get my stream pulled up here on my phone. And Techie, I was just asking you questions. No, you're good. You're good. You got nothing to apologize for. I was just messing with you. But if you were to like be nominated for the community leader thing, would that be something you would be interested in, Techie? I'm kind of compiling a list of people that would not be wasted votes, basically. The community leader thing. Would you be interested in it? Like, would you want to be recommended? Because I'm kind of compiling a list of people that won't be wasted votes. That way people cannot vote for people that aren't interested in it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, Jim, like, why did... Like, I would have voted for you, Jim. I can't change it now, though. Nobody in my channel is a Mav. Oh, yeah, Dwayne's a Mav. Holazor's a Mav. Jim, are you Mav? I mean, I know you're getting there at least. But I did not know if you actually are Mav. IGN's the first column. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, color me wrong then, Jim. Good to know. Is that all correct, Jim? Walk the grid. I'll need your info, please. I'm actually, like, I'm not doing channel names. I'm trying to do the link. HNH is Hobbies and Happiness. Oh yeah, we were raiding into Splinterlands TV. Lulz. Jim's not just an entrepreneur, Jim's the boss! At least of my guild. Alright, walk the grid. If you want to send me a PM with your info. So that I can add you to this. Just name, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever you've got. As always, thank you so much once again for joining us. I have been Rick, you've been on the mountain, and it has been a wonderful time. When we get into Splinterlands TV, I will go ahead and drop the link in the chat. If you would please click over, make sure that your views count for the channel. And if you are watching this on the replay, thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, do all of that algorithmic type interaction style stuff. And in the meanwhile, thank you very much once again, and we will see you next time. Have a great night.